morning, councillors, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests in the gallery. Can we all rise for the Speaker of Council, Councillor Margaret Arnolds.
Good morning, councillors. Can we remain standing for meditation or prayer? Thank you. Okay, may we be seated?
Good morning, councillors. It is hereby notified that the continuation of the 16th Ordinary Council meeting of the City of Johannesburg Municipality held on Thursday, 30th of November 2023 at 10 a.m. at the Constance, Conny, Bapela Council Chamber in Braamfontein. And the first item on the agenda is opening.
Once again, good morning to you all. Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Councillor Kabelo Kwamanda, Whip of Council, Councillor Zungu, Chair of Chairs, Councillor Phillips, all political party leaders and whips, members of the Mayoral Committee, chairpersons of Section 79, fellow councillors, City Manager Mr. Floyd Brink, Acting Secretary to Council, Acting Secretary to Council, Mr. Andile Kobinga, officials of the City of Johannesburg, residents of the City of Johannesburg, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to the continuation of the 16th Ordinary Council meeting of the City of Johannesburg Municipality. Councillors, at this point, I will ask legal advisors to confirm the number of councillors present so as to confirm the quorum. We'll have 5 minutes. Councillors, we have done counting. We are aware that the total number of councillors is 270. Quorum consists of 50 plus 1, which is 35 plus 1, which is 136 councillors. There are 141 councillors present in the chamber. As a result, there is a quorum and the meeting will continue. Councillors, please note that I have received a motion recommending an urgent investigation into the illegal dumping of health and medical waste on open land opposite the F&B Stadium. Councillor Johnson, in the city of Johannesburg, from Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Mposula. The rules does not make provision for urgent motions. Councillors who wish to introduce a motion should comply with Rule 94 of the standing rules. Therefore, the request is not accepted. I thank you.
Councillors, we proceed with item 2, which is application for leave of absence.
Councillor Knott.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Many of our LOAs remain the same from yesterday, but I'll repeat for the sake of the record. So Councillor Julie Sotheby is private business. Councillor Chloe Homer, private business. Councillor Caleb Finn, private business. Councillor Kana Amit, ill health. Councillor Florence Roberts, private business. Councillor Jacques Hoorn, private business. Councillor Laurie Coogan, ill health. Councillor Tim Trulak, private business. Councillor Genevieve Sherman, compassionate leave. Councillor Bridget Steer, ill health. Councillor Chris Van Smith, ill health. And I think those are the ones from the DA. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dilanga.
Thank you, Speaker. From the Freedom Front side, Councillor Paul Smith will be arriving late. Thank you.
Councillor Harris.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Councillor Mkonza will be leaving at 4:30, if you don't mind, on private business. Thank you.
Councillor Mohape.
Thank you, Speaker. From the EFF caucus, Councillor Telekwa, study leave. Councillor Khadebe, private business. Councillor Ndo, ill health. Councillor Lishilo, family bereavement. Thank you.
Councillor Rafferty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Councillor Joeria Caldine on ill health. Councillor Dwayne Ponsonby will join us later. MMC Kunene is on his way. And if we are not done by 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, may I request that I leave at 9? Thank you.
Councillor Morema.
No, thank you very much. I would like to register the following apologies, followed by a request for a 30 minutes break caucus, just to actually sort out our house. Speaker, if you may permit. But let me quickly register the apologies. Councillor Dame, off sick. Councillor Tifora Padu, private business. Zandile Mutupi, private business. Councillor Sebenzile Mabuza would request to leave around 1. Councillor Kwaping will arrive late. Councillor Jack Sekwaila, MMC, sick leave. Councillor Kumalo and Councillor Nonkumbi, they will arrive a bit late, including Councillor Pitando. Councillor Rikine is off sick. Councillor Tebuhomtlari off sick. Magwaza off sick. Makapane off sick. Councillor Mtabat Cindy would, it's requesting to leave around 2. Councillor Libya, private business, Councillor Chauke and Councillor Molefe, they will be arriving late. Speaker, I want to request for a 30 minutes break so that at least we get our house in order. Suffice to say it's in relation to council business. Thank you.
Councillor Mhlongo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Good morning to you. Madam Speaker, I'd like to register the apology from the MMC Makwenju. He's running late. He could be here in 10 or 20 minutes. And I also want to register my apology. If you are not done at 3 o'clock, may I please be excused? As you please, is my Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Councillor Rafferty.
Apologies, Madam Speaker. Just MMC Leach on council business.
Thank you, councillors. If I can just register, I've received the apology of Councillor Leach, and also there's an apology for Councillor Nontanja. She's also on private business. Can we approve the apologies as submitted? Oh, sorry, Action SA. Councillor Green.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Mudikanene and Mukoko will arrive late. Councillor Durand is on private business and Councillor Vissler on private business. Thank you.
Councillor Morema, if it's on the 30 minutes break, okay?
Speaker, I just forgot to mention an apology, which I had thought that perhaps it has also arrived at your desk, of Councillor MMC Tata Morero, who is out of the country. Thank you.
Councillor Christians? The councillor right at the, not right at the back, but second row, third row, Councillor Action SA. I can't see your name.
It's Councillor Mushala, Speaker. Junior. Speaker, I just want to raise a very important issue that happened yesterday regarding the safety of councillors.
Councillor, are we on leave of absence?
I thought we are done, Speaker, on that one.
No. No, we're not.
So you will recognize me
done.
after this?
We are not done.
All right, but please
I've got
recognize
hands for
me.
leave of absence.
No, Speaker.
Councillor Mlungise, Councillor Mabaso.
Ay manin phela sekukhuluma mina manje manin. Thank you very much, Speaker, and greetings to all the colleagues. I would like to register the apology of Councillor Dalsimangani. She's running late.
Thank you, Councillor Mabaso. Councillor Delanga.
Just a quick one, Speaker, for the record. Councillor Smith is present. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we approve the apologies as submitted? So it's approved. Thank you. I'm granting the 30 minutes for Councillor Morema for the caucus too, and then hopefully it's the only. Thank you. Councillor Action SA. Moshala.
Yes, it's Councillor Mshala, Speaker.
Moshala.
Yes. Speaker, this is in regards to the safety of councillors, Speaker, when they leave council. Yesterday we saw a number of councillors going down by foot, and there were no securities, no JMPD. Even when they were crossing the road here, Speaker, there was no JMPD to actually make sure that councillor.
Just hold on. Can we just be seated while the councillor is speaking? We leave now. Carry on.
Yes, Speaker, as I was saying, so yesterday when councillors were crossing down the road, even here at the robots were not even working. There was no single personnel from the JMPD to make sure that councillors are safe, to control the traffic. Secondly, when we arrive at the parking, when we entered even the building, there was not even security. And Speaker, we're having laptops, we're having cell phones, and our safety speaker is compromised. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor, I can't see the name. Oh, okay. Mpahlela, Councillor Mpahlela.
Hello, Speaker, Councillor Arnolds. Yesterday, one of our councillors lost a car. It was stolen from the parking area. So, we would like to intensify that, to put it on record that number one, these cameras we have in the city, they are not working. But then, that's the issue of, it's not the issue of the MMC, it's the issue of council here. And then the man, I'm speaking about the serious issue here.
Councillors.
How?
Councillors.
Yes,
Councillors, we've asked that we respect each other. Can we do that? Action SA, I just asked when your councillor was on the podium that people keep quiet. So please do the same.
Yes.
Can we do that? It's not difficult and it's not rocket science. Thank you, Councillor.
Yes, and the second one, can we intensify the security or maybe open the parking for a basement? Because it's a serious issue that we are facing here. Thank you very much.
Councillors, there's parking at Sappi Building, and councillors are encouraged not to park their cars in the street. There's parking at Sappi Building, please, where there's cameras and where we are able to find your car or be accountable. But if you're going to park your car anywhere in the street, it's going to be a problem. Councillor Coverdale, and I want to give these other councillors their 30 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd just like to welcome back Mike Tuan, the city manager. Thank you.
Oh, you twins, okay. We're coming back at 25 to 11. 5 to 11. 5 to 11, we're coming back, not later than that. are we settling down? Councillors, are we settling down? We are 10 minutes late. Councillor Morema, are you ready for us?
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I now am confident that our House is in order. After the caucus break that was granted by yourself, and to that effect, I would request your indulgence in elevation of motions so that they be dealt with first before any other matters of the business today. I thank you.
Councillors, we have a proposal on the table. Does council agree? So we agree to it? I heard an overwhelming yeses. And there's someone that is saying to me, yes, we are also saying yes. So I think the yeses has it. We'll do that. Thank you. So do you table them? There's a hand right at the back. Councillor?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I'd like to thank Executive Mayor for what he did yesterday, going out and speak to those people outside there.
I thought the hand was going to come and speak about the motions, and I think Action SA did yesterday express their gratitude to the mayor. And thank you, Executive Mayor, in your absentia. There's someone up there, are you media, that is busy filming? Please. So we will wait for the Secretary to Council. Thank you.
Councillors, we are on elevated motions, motion 7. The first motion is recommending a comprehensive feasibility study of residents living with an incurable lung disease and depend on oxygen tanks and or machines to breathe normally and to live a normal and dignified life throughout the city of Johannesburg.
The proposer of the motion is Councillor V. Umyayi. Can we have the proposer?
Thanks, Speaker, for this opportunity. My sign name is Munyai, Speaker. You must get use of my sign name.
Why are we howling?
Exactly.
Can I hear why we're howling?
Because, Speaker, I wanted to help you to pronounce my surname properly. So, my surname is Munyai.
Councillor, I am one that do not love to dissect people's surnames. You hear when I speak to the leader of the DA, I cannot pronounce a surname. And I'm not going to do that. So if I did, apologies, I'll just call you Councillor V.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Speaker. I, Councillor Bengane Munyai, hereby table the motions in terms of Standing Rule 89(2)B of Standing Rules and the orders of the Council. Noting that, Speaker, load shedding will unfortunately be around for future, coupled with cable theft, and the list goes on. People's whose lives depend on oxygen or oxygen machine to breathe suffer most. At times, Speaker, lives has been lost. We have people who have both oxygen tank and also oxygen machine. Again, we have people that they only have oxygen tank, but they don't have oxygen machine. The majority of people who use oxygen machine, Speaker, to breathe are the elderly people who are not in the position to refill oxygen tank. As we speak, it costs plus minus 3,000 just to refill 10 kg of oxygen tank or to purchase their own oxygen tank or machine. It is our responsibility, Speaker, as a local government to ensure that we alleviate some of life-threatening challenges of our people who depend on this supporting machine, as stated above. As Action SA, Speaker, we believe that an urgent measures must be taken to ensure that more lives have access, who have access to social support that are critical to their well-being. We therefore, Speaker, request the Council to resolve the following. In line with the mayoral priorities, we request that the MMC for Health and Social Development do a comprehensive feasibility studies to avoid more or further fatalities that may cost or no oxygen due to load shedding. Number one, conduct a feasibility studies within 90 days on the cost implication of providing additional or alternate supply of oxygen for people who depend on oxygen tank or oxygen machine, Speaker, to breathe. The second recommendation is that the city of Johannesburg set aside a budget for each financial year, starting from 2024-2025 budget cycle, to procure additional or alternate backup solution for people who depend on oxygen or oxygen machine to breathe. Thank you, Speaker.
Can we hear whether the House agrees with the motion? Can we have the seconder, Councillor Neft?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to all in the House and the residents of the city of Johannesburg. Greetings to Action SA's caucus leader as well as the team. I, Councillor Neft, second this motion. You know, when you have a family member that's dependent on oxygen, when the lights go out, your heart sinks. And it's not just your family member. We are 270 councillors, and I'm sure a lot of us get that urgent call that the power needs to be restored. Gas or the oxygen supply needs to be replenished. the challenge we have is that our medical system is failing. I've got a relative that had to wait 21 days for a tank. And during that 21 days, there was power failures. And we had to compensate the supply of oxygen. He's fortunate he's got family members that can do that. But not all residents are in that position. So we've been discussing what happens in this house. And I think it's time we change the way things happen. We're not speaking to the house anymore, the gallery. We're speaking to the residents that have family members that are dependent on oxygen. The members of this house that objected to passing this motion, look at them. Remember who they are. When they do come to you 2024, remind them that you're not interested in us. You are interested in your own interests. We all know this is for the good of our residents. We all know that. But because we are politicking and
Councillor Neff,
we oppose everything.
Councillor Neff, just have a seat. Councillor Christian, your point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm a bit confused because Councillor Neff is talking about politicking, yet he's talking to the crowd and not to the councillors who's supposed to be debating it. Can he please stay focused to the crowd and not the media? Thank you.
Councillor Christians. Okay. Action essay. Action essay. Your members on the podium.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I just said now, it's time to change the narrative and the way we do things. We cannot speak to 270 of us and go through the same thing over and over. We are just objecting to good motions simply because it's the opposition. We are not helping our residents. We're not saving lives. In 2-3 weeks' time, somebody comes back with the same motion and says, oh, it's for the good. The residents need to know what's happening. We need to speak to the residents now. Yeah. We just said now, we're not speaking to the House. Yeah. The very same councillor that got up is probably going to vote for it. But you felt you needed to make a submission. Thank you for that. But our residents need to remember who is here for their lives, for their families' lives, for the good of this city. We are elected to represent them, not ourselves here. We are not elected to fight other political organizations and the good they do. There's lives that are at risk here. There's people that will die if there isn't any power supply. The residents should remember, and this video should be circulated, and we should be reminding everybody that when you come to 2024, look whose interest was the residents and the citizens of South Africa.
Councillor, can you have a seat? Yes, Councillor EFF.
Yes.
In the other hand.
The councillor wants to imply that there are other councillors here which are voting for any other things except to represent the city. So that's very.
Action essay, can we listen to the councillor?
That's very misleading. The motion is not good enough. It's going to be polished, it will come back.
Councillor, what's his name? What's his councillor?
Let me share something about Ubuntu and
Hold on. Councillor Mbengo, there can't be 2 points of orders, eh? Mbengo.
Thank you, man. I was just asking the speaker to say, ask Councillor Neft to either second or stop this.
Okay, Councillor. Thanks, Councillor. Councillor, the time is running out. Can we continue?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a cop-out to say that something's not good enough. You were free to walk across the floor and ask, let's make some amendments, let's change it. For the good of the residents, not the political party presenting it. Yes. If you were really interested, you would have done that, but you were not interested. You're standing here to score political points. Yeah. Our residents need us to stand up for them. It doesn't matter what party a motion comes from. If it benefits the residents,
2
put your
seconds.
pride in your pocket and help. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Rainton. Councillors, Action SA councillors, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So oxygen is defined as a medicine, and oxygen cylinders are registered under the South African Medicines Control Act. And they can only, oxygen itself and the cylinders can only be provided under prescription. So the usual process within our health system is that you acquire that treatment via the secondary and the tertiary levels of care, which is at a hospital level. And the standardized process via the Provincial Department of Health and the hospitals exists. There have been no reports that we've received of shortages or the process of refilling or cylinder exchange being compromised at this moment. The primary level of care provided by local government is already under a lot of pressure as the expanded basket of care which healthcare providers need to provide daily is already stretched financially and resource-wise. We want to encourage all our colleagues to help the public understand that the current process of assessing appropriate medical care for oxygen, which is available free at the point of delivery via the province. The province has the ability of the scale, and because they cover the entire province, and the budgetary, because there are tenders out to make sure that oxygen is delivered for these services. So at this stage, the DA, we think it is unwise to expand the scope of primary services to include this treatment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rainton. MMC Makafula.
Thank you, Speaker, and good morning to the caucus leader.
Just hold on, Councillor. MMC. Can we please respect when the MMC is on the podium? Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. To the 29 battalions, I greet you all and other councillors. Without any wasting of time, Speaker, I think Councillor Rainton schooled them very well. So you must know the difference between the scope of a primary healthcare facility and the scope of a hospital. So by this motion, by just looking, I don't even want to waste time or cancel time that we're busy using now to even go on there. I don't even want to put more words than she already said. It's not even falling under us. It's a jurisdiction of the Department of Health province. So without wasting any time, let us read, let us know the difference between what is it as a municipality that we can do and what is it that we can't do. I didn't expect a councillor myself, I haven't even been here for a year, but I know what is the difference between the two. So we are not supporting that at all. They should go and study what is it that a municipality or a clinic can do and what is it a hospital can do. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC. Councillor Munyai, the proposer. Can we have the proposer? Councillors. Councillors, can we allow him to speak?
Thanks, Speaker. I do also acknowledge the comments from the Dishonest Alliance and also the the MMC. I'm so shocked because MMC is a qualified professional nurse. I will advise the MMC to go and get the refund of the school fees because you just wasted for your qualification, MMC.
Councillor, that's not, Councillor, yes? Can you have a seat? Yes, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. We're not going to tolerate to be insulted by small boys. We can take it outside now.
No, there's nothing outside, Councillor. There's nothing outside. But, Councillor, there's nothing outside. And there are no small boys. Councillors, Action SA and EFF, can we have order? Councillor, the proposer, You cannot say what you have just said. Can you please withdraw? You cannot ask the councillor to go and ask for a school fees back. That's not on. It's not on. It's not on. Can we get action essay, please? Action essay, please. And can you withdraw that, please? I'm not going to take hands from action essay. Can the councillor withdraw? And councillor, will you withdraw small boys and taking outside? We can't have that. Are we really going to do this? Please, can you withdraw? And can you also withdraw, councillor? Please. I'm not taking hands.
Thanks, Speaker. Let me withdraw that MMC should not go and do refund. But please, MMC.
Okay, no. Councillor, can you withdraw small boys and taking outside?
Yes, I withdraw unconditional.
Thank you, councillor. You can carry on with your speech. And your time is really moving.
Speaker. I'm left with 4 minutes, Speaker. Speaker, I think it's more important for also councillors also read and understand. You must know the competency of local government in terms of distribution of electricity. Go and check it, the constitution, you'll understand. As we speak today, the local government, they are struggling to distribute electricity to our people. So now, we're saying to you, since now we are failing to distribute electricity to our people, we have someone who uses oxygen to breathe. And that oxygen, it requires...
1 minute.
There is Orlando there, Speaker. Let me sit down.
We don't have Councillor Orlando in the house. We don't. Councillor Rafferty?
Our time this one.
No, it's correct. Ekasabagania, we are from Orlando. Skawari. But having said that, Madam Speaker, you see, when you start to educate people about what needs to happen, so it means that you are not sure where your motion should be. Your motion is misplaced.
You must go to...
Councillor, you have 54 seconds. We stop the clock. You have 54 seconds.
Thanks, Speaker. Since this motion will be rejected today from 29 toddlers who happen to be the offspring of the ANC, we hope this motion won't come back again.
MMC Twako? MMC Twako?
Utini? Toddlers. Go. Mariscada Masembezo. Go.
Whose mic is on? Can you switch off your mic? Can I have all mics standing up?
Oh, testing 1, 2. No, Speaker, hey, Chief, that guy there, we know.
It's not a chief and a guy, it's a
Okay,
councillor.
I withdraw that. MMC, the MMC is more than capable in terms of understanding what needs to be done in terms of those oxygens. That motion is actually, it's a misplaced one. It must go into, into the electricity stuff.
Thank
But
you,
I can
MMC.
give you, if you want those things,
Thank you,
there's an
MMC.
oxygen machine
Thank
with
you,
a lithium
MMC.
battery that we can
Thank you,
buy
MMC.
and do that.
Thank you, MMC. Thank you. Councillors, can we please not do what we are doing? I think we have agreed that we are going to do things right. If we start screaming and howling at each other, we don't even know what people are saying. If we start taking off our jackets and wanting to go outside, it's not good. And the culprit knows who he is. Councillors, I think the proposers have spoken. We have closed it. You are done, Councillor. EFF, Councillor, I'll recognize only you and we close it. You finish your speech, Councillor. You finish your speech. You don't have time on the clock any longer. Councillor, I've noted you, and then we close. Nobody else.
Speaker, it is very important that when you are there, you listen very carefully to these speeches. Because somebody just said there are 29 toddlers. And we just want him right now. So if you are going to play with a revolutionary party like EFF, this thing is, we are not taking people to ethics ourselves. We are not going to report you. They're going to end up taking us to ethics because there's no toddlers here. They must never say that, because they must never say that we are out to be respected in this council. So you must listen very carefully, and you must tell us which are toddlers here.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillors, colleagues, I think we need to understand we don't have to have name calling to each other. We don't have to do that, and we are not allowed to do that. So there is no toddlers here. We all left our toddlers at home. So can we respect each other? It's difficult to keep on saying to people that you need to withdraw and you know you are not supposed to say these things. And tomorrow a motion will come, and the motion, or today, the motion will say we have to dissolve council because even the speaker doesn't know what to do. Can we please respect ourselves? And I'm not taking hands on this. We're moving with the motion. We are moving with the motion. All speakers have spoken. There is no toddlers, and that's it. We don't stop name calling each other. You are being watched on live streaming and you are doing this. Do we agree with the motion? Okay, can we go to voting? Those that are in support? You can lower your hands, yeses. The noes? Those that say no? The yeses can lower their hands. Those that abstain, the noes, sorry. Those that abstain. Councillor, please, don't do that. Those that abstain, you can lower your hands. Not. Okay, we have a result. The yeses, 47. The noes, 120. Abstain, 62. The motion is not carried. There's a mic on that's somewhere on. Can you switch off your mic? Councillor, I'm not sure on what point of order or what are we standing. I'm recognizing you.
Thank you, Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. But Speaker, I'm raising on a concern that we don't have paramedics today. I haven't seen them the whole day. I'm not sure what's happening. Maybe.
Councillor.
Yeah, so I haven't seen them this side. I don't know if they are available.
Councillor, please. Please. There's no heat in the chamber, so we don't need paramedics. Councillor, can we go to the next item, please? And switch off your mics?
Councillors, we proceed with motion number 2, which is
Councillor Rafferty?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I just want to differ with the point that you've just raised now. In terms of JOC requirement, medical staff needs to be here. So if we can just check where the medical personnel are, so that at least we can put councillors at ease. Thank you.
I actually did say to acting secretary that we need to check on that. So it's fine. The mic behind you, can they please switch it off? Thank you. We are checking on it.
We are on the second motion, and the second motion is to table and debate the dissolution of the City of Johannesburg Council.
The proposer, Councillor B, is in is he? No, Councillor Belinda. Councillor Belinda, can you just take a seat for a second? There's a hand at the back. I'm not sure.
Speaker, can you forward your apology for mocking me while I was telling you about something that is serious, and you make fun of it, and as soon as there's an incident in the house, it's no longer going to be fun, because it wasn't about me personally. We've got people who've got conditions in this house. If something happens, then what? So you
Councillor, apologies.
Thank you.
But they are, but they are outside. They are definitely outside. Councillor Belinda.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, fellow councillors, and fellow residents of Johannesburg, I, Councillor Belinda Kaiser Echozonjoku, stand before you today to table a motion for the dissolution of our City Council in terms of Rule 94.1.
Councillor Belinda, can we please, Action SA, please, ngiyacela, ekvra julle mooi. We will say later on, we don't know what was said. Assemblief. Thank you, Councillor Belinda.
I, Councillor Belinda Kaiser Echozonjoku, stand before you today to table a motion for the dissolution of the Johannesburg City Council in terms of Rule 91 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council. The call for the dissolution of the council is not one made lightly, but rather out of deep concern for the current state of governance in our city. It is evident that the council has been marred by inefficiency, infighting, squabbles of positions, and a lack of meaningful progress in addressing the pressing issues facing our residents. The decision to dissolve the council should be seen as an opportunity to reset our city in a way that better serves the needs of our residents. Over the past year, we have witnessed a lack of effective leadership and an inability to address key challenges such as water crisis, power supply, and other service delivery related challenges. All of this contribute negatively to the economic growth of our city. Residents have to beg for services to be actioned. It takes weeks for sewer leaks and water leaks to be fixed, which could result in a humanitarian crisis. Residents have, over the past week, been without power, without water in some areas. Our residents are not getting services. Over the past month, load shedding had been taken over by City Power from Eskom. without adequate arrangements being made to ensure minimal disruption. We have seen the city have 4 mayors since the 2021 elections. We have seen the lack of respect for the rules of council processes and resulting in decisions in this council being challenged in court. Losing the city reputational damage and money that could be used for service delivery challenges. We have seen roads explode, buildings on fire due to lack of maintenance and bylaw enforcement in the city. We have seen lines blurred between the executive and the legislative arm of council. We have seen the rules being ignored and create an environment that enable corruption in our city and thereby a lack of accountability. We have seen motions in this council that have cost implications without any regard of how it will be funded. Madam Speaker, when you have debt collectors collect 500 million rand in 2 months, and the very same debt collectors don't get paid for 6 months, we have a crisis. When the city has to acknowledge that they cannot pay the debt collectors, and only once it becomes public, it is done, then we have a crisis. Right now, despite assurances from the MMC of Finance in the media, we are not sure whether salaries...
Councillor Belinda, Councillor Boer.
Madam Speaker, with all respect, I think this council is very confused now. The motion that we are having in front of us is not the same speech that we're getting from Belinda. Can we just stick to the motion, please? Thank you.
Councillor Belinda, please stick to what you... Thank you. Councillor Belinda, carry on.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's my motion, and I can read how I say
Councillors, I can't hear the councillor.
May I proceed, Madam Speaker?
Yes, you may.
Right now, despite assurances from the MMC of Finance in the media, we are not sure if salaries is going to be paid in December and January, because it is alleged that grants are being used to pay salaries. I think we can all agree, Madam Speaker, the revolving door of mayors and speakers does not inspire confidence for investment within our city and economic growth as well. Madam Speaker, we have irregular decisions that are being made in this council. Dissolving the council would allow us to start afresh, free from the constraints of past divisions, and give power back to the residents of Johannesburg with an election within 90 days as prescribed.
You have
It presents an opportunity to constitute our council with a renewed focus on transparency, accountability, and efficient service delivery for all our residents. In conclusion, I urge all councillors to seriously consider the
What was it? Do we agree with the motion? Can we have Councillor Knott, the seconder? Can we allow Councillor Knott, the seconder?
Madam Speaker, I'm going to be brief and allow us to get on to the important business that this motion presents. I think our caucus leader has succinctly put it through to this council, and I think if we are serious about service delivery in this city, we should be...
Councillors, can I hear the councillor? Can I hear the councillor? Can I hear the councillor?
Madam Speaker, you know, when you have no proper arguments and no factual evidence, you usually end up screaming and shouting from the other side of the House. I would really urge this council to look at this motion and to take it seriously. We are all residents of this city, at least I hope so, and we all represent residents of this city. If we are serious about keeping the city the way it should be run for our children and our grandchildren and future generations, we need to start now. So I would really urge this council to look at this motion properly and without prejudice. Thank you.
Councillor Mabaso.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to councillors and the guests at the gallery. Speaker, Section 34, subsection 1 of the Structures Act stipulates that a municipal council may dissolve itself at a meeting called specifically for this purpose by adopting a resolution dissolving the council with a supporting vote of at least 2/3 of the councillors. The notice of the meeting did not prescribe or comply with Section 34, subsection 1. However, let me get to the substantive of the motion. Speaker, the proposition suggests that our beloved city is trapped into political instabilities, citing the turnover of 4 different government administrations since the November 2021 local government elections. It further attributes these instabilities to the diverse representation of the approximately 18 parties within council. However, Speaker, let me present a different perspective, one that resonates with the true essence of democracy and the voice of our residents. The heart of the matter lies in the fact that the residents of Johannesburg did not entrust their city to a single political entity. Instead, they embraced a multi-party representation, signifying a belief in shared power and collaboration. This diverse council composition is a reflection of the varied needs and the perspective of our vibrant communities. It is a testament of the democratic principles we hold dearly. Dissolving the council based on the argument of political instability overamplifies the complex dynamics at play. The residents spoke through their votes, expressing a desire for a variety of voices to shape the future of our city. To dismiss this voice as a mere instability undermines the very foundation of democratic governance. Instead of contemplating dissolution, let's focus on strengthening the collaborative spirit within council, embracing multi-party structure that can lead to innovative solutions, as diverse perspective contributes to a more comprehensive understanding of the challenges we face. It is through the unity in diversity that we can navigate the complexities of government and truly represent the aspirations of our residents. This motion has no political logic. Dissolving the municipality is definitely not a solution, and there is no way IFP can support this motion. Let us respect the mandate given to us by the residents. They have chosen diversity, and it is our responsibility to make it work for the betterment of Johannesburg. The path forward lies not in the dissolution of council, but in fostering cooperations, understanding, and a collective commitment to the ideals of democracy that our beloved city holds dearly. Thank you very much, Somlom.
Thank you, Councillor Mlungisi. Councillor Mkonza.
Thank you, Speaker. Allow me to first acknowledge our Almighty God, eternally existent in 3 persons, God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to all the councillors, our constituencies, the residents of our beloved city. I greet you all in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen? Amen. Yes, allow me to start my speech by referring to my guiding manual, the Holy Bible, which says in Matthew 23, verse 23, paraphrased, hypocrites, for you are so careful to clean the outside of the cup and the dish, but inside you are filthy and full of greed and indulgence. Madam Speaker, a genuine congratulations to you, Councillor Arnold. It is our prayer that you take counsel and remain impartial at all times. We fervently advocate for the dissolution of council. The Polokwane Project Reloaded, GLU, displaying unwavering support for Mr. Foyt Bling, appointment at all costs signifies a clear commitment to protect cadre deployment and acceleration of corruption. The ACDP family endorses the motion to dissolve the council, citing the following reasons. We firmly believe that the present council lacks the capability to carry out its duties and responsibilities in a procedural, effective and efficient manner. Dissolving the council is viewed as a necessary step to establish stability, uphold council rules, streamline processes, enhance service delivery. Since its establishment in November 2021, the COJ has been grappling with a series of crises. The current composition of this chamber, intended to serve the residents, has unfortunately fallen short. In our
8 seconds.
Our inability to find common ground to collaborate has resulted in a disheartening failure for both ourselves and the residents. The power struggles within our ranks has diminished credibility. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We declare and decree peace in Jerusalem. We defeat against the evil. We pray against the defeat, against the evil and barbaric Hamas who kidnaps children and rapes children. God bless Africa and the sovereign state of Israel.
Councillors. Councillor De Lange. Councillor De Lange.
Christian, don't kill. The hypocrite verse comes to you.
If there's a mic on, can we please switch it off?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All protocol observed. Madam Speaker, when we had a look at this motion, we must be careful not to mislead the residents of Johannesburg. And why do I say this? November 2022, the Johannesburg residents spoke at the ballot box with a 42.61% turnout, which is already concerning because us as a collective doesn't even represent 50% of the electorate of Johannesburg. If we look at the statistics of by-elections within our city and other metros, they are normally between 18 and 25%. So if we must call a 90-day blitz election and we get, for argument's sake, the top end, 25% of the electorate, then who are we really representing at the end of the day? Remember, no political party received a majority, an outright majority to govern the city of Johannesburg in 2021. To prove my point, unfortunately, I must look at the two biggest role players within the city of Johannesburg, the ANC and the Democratic Alliance. In 2016, the ANC received 123 seats. The DA received 104 seats. In 2021, the ANC shrunk by 90 seats to 92 seats. The DA shrunk by 33 seats to 71 seats. No party will rule the city of Johannesburg again by themselves. Coalitions is the future. Further to this, Madam Speaker, most South Africans are used to voting twice in a 5-year cycle. I think it will be extremely irresponsible to accept our residents, especially at 25%, just before a general election to go and stand in endless queues to vote again when we have a blitz election within the city. And finally, Madam Speaker, everybody is missing the point. To leave the city of Johannesburg for 3 months without proper political oversight, especially going into the budget adjustment cycle, I think it's highly irresponsible. And I do not think that this specific motion represents the will of the people of Johannesburg. I thank you.
Councillor Magwenchu, MMC Magwenchu.
Mandibulise Speaker, Bulise Executive Mayor, and Bulise Chief Whip, Bulise Chair of Chairs, DT Molwane Bapim. Speaker, the African Transformation Movement is opposed to the dissolution of council. Not only will it be wasteful, directionless, and devastating to the millions of Joburg citizens who expect nothing but continuous and uninterrupted delivery of basic services, it will render this council liars to the public. This council has approved a budget to the tune of 80.9 billion rands in June 2023, making promises to improve the lives of the people of Johannesburg. What kind of people does it make us if we now resolve to dissolve this very same council, which is supposed to conduct oversight and hold the administration to account? The African Transformation Movement is a values-driven movement which is committed to build and protect that which it has committed to build, including defending the progress made. Our values of peace and Ubuntu do not allow us to collapse this council, the People's Council. The government of local unit is not failing, neither has it failed to deliver services. Part of the job of the GLU is to rectify all the mess inherited from the DA's maladministration. Correcting the mess created by the DA during their stint on the leaves of power, which includes purging employees, failure to fill in key vacancies which are central and strategic to government, such as city manager, GCFO, COO, etc., cannot be done overnight. The government of local unity should be applauded for all the progress it has made this far to turn around and stabilize the city. A city which is on the right direction towards rebuilding and finding progressive paths that will help epitomize the world-class African standards. The question we're asking ourselves, Speaker, as the ATM is, in whose interest is the DA acting when tabling a motion to dissolve this council? What will be the benefit to the DA for tabling this motion? Furthermore, Speaker, it is disrespectful to the people of Johannesburg who elected councillors in 2021 to help deliver services to the people, that the same councillors want to now elect to dissolve the very same council before legislated term of 5 years ends. This undermines the will of the people.
15 seconds.
And is a clear demonstration that the DA has no regard to what the people want. This is a spade in the space of democracy. It seems as if to DA, democracy is democracy only when it favors them. Not so long ago, they were in charge of the city. They did not feel council needs to be dissolved. Now they have lost power and there's no way back. They want this council to be dissolved. Is not going to be coerced motion that seeks to undermine any non-white government of the people by allowing government of local unity to continue with the project.
Your time is up. Your time is up. MMC Kunene. Before you start, MMC, Councillor Rainton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There appears to be a delay on the YouTube feed with the speech and the visuals.
I'm certain that IT has heard that. MMC Kunene.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I prepared something, but I think I'll speak off the cuff because Councillor Mabaso took some of my words, Councillor Dilange took some of my words. Let me first greet you, Speaker, greet the Honorable Mayor, and welcome the city manager who never went anywhere, but had to be absent yesterday because of the events of yesterday. Welcome, City Manager Floyd Brink. Don't worry, they can go to court. We'll come back here and deal with them here again. Let me greet the Chief Whip of Council, the Chair of Chairs. Let me also greet the Chief Whip of the Patriotic Alliance and the Joburg 9 from the Patriotic Alliance and all the MMCs, my colleagues here. Madam Speaker, Nelson Mandela Bay was run by the DA. They messed it up. They never dissolved council. We took over Tier Waterskloof in the Western Cape. A municipal manager that was deployed by the DA resigned after a list of corrupt activities were presented to him. The DA sought to protect him and fight for him in the newspapers, but he resigned because he knew the reality that he was faced with. Let us go next door. Here in Tshwane, not according to Kenny Kunene, not according to the GLU, but according to the AG, Councillor Zonjoku, 10 billion could not be accounted for. Here next door, Tshwane, they are not dissolving council there. Tshwane is in a mess. They are not dissolving council there. Indeed, Madam Speaker.
9 seconds.
Indeed, Madam Speaker, I agree with Councillor Makwenchu, MMC Makwenchu, that this is a motion inspired by racism. This is a motion inspired by arrogance and rudeness towards the citizens of Johannesburg. The Patriotic Alliance does not support this motion, and we say, let them dissolve themselves. The same way they dissolved themselves when we appointed you Speaker, they were not here. Abahambe! 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 Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair of Chairs, Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And greetings to you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to the Executive Mayor, members of the Mayoral Committee, Chief Whip of Council, fellow councillors and colleagues, officials, members in the gallery, members of the media. Madam Speaker, I would then want to use the term that the Executive Mayor used to coin what we are experiencing here. It is an idea without a plan. That is what this is. It sounds all good to call for the dissolution of council, but why? Why? The real reasons why. Why would any party want to assume such level of arrogance to even slap the electorate in the face? What are we saying to the electorate? You did not vote a certain way, we want you to revote. How dare we? How dare we? We came here on the basis of the voices of the people. And we want to take a decision to rescind the voices of the people. How dare we? Madam Speaker, we know that this whole thing of this grandstanding of instability, yet the DA had the first opportunity to form government and could not maintain that government. Probably because of the very same degree of arrogance. Because we have been given a mandate by the electorate, and this is the mandate, that we should find each other. There will not be one single party that will govern the city of Johannesburg. We have the responsibility as councillors to find each other and to work together. And Madam Speaker, by the way, that if you can really envisage that idea, it is one of the best ideas for us to find unity amongst ourselves and to work together for the betterment of the people, the residents of Johannesburg. That is what they want. Now for us to come here and say, no, for whatever reason, this council needs to be dissolved, voters must go back to the voting booths. To vote for who? To vote for who? Are we thinking we are going to be doing better in the next round of elections or by-elections? What if we come back and we are only 7 DA members? Let us be careful what we wish for. Let's be careful what we ask for, Madam Speaker. This motion puts smaller parties, it's a motion to basically mute smaller parties. And we are grateful for the electorate that has voted for smaller parties because their voices can now be heard through us. We will never support this motion, Madam Speaker. We thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. Councillor Mtembu, Action SA.
Hayi mina ngazongiphaphela. Not your friend.
Councillors, can we give her an opportunity?
Thank you, Speaker.
Can we give the council an opportunity?
Thank you, Speaker. Ever since the government of local unity took power, we have witnessed quite a number of events that affected the residents of the city. Mothers lost their children in Osindiso, a shelter meant for abused women and children. In total, 77 people died due to the negligence of the ANC-EFF coalition of doom. They have no plans to reclaim all the hijacked buildings in the city. Status of the infrastructure in the city is also questionable. Imagine how those motorists whose cars got damaged in the B Street explosion feel. They can come to the GLU for answers. What we witness in the city of Johannesburg since this administration took over has never been witnessed since the dawn of democracy. However, Madam Speaker, the Democratic Alliance must also take accountability for the mess we find ourselves in. Action SA warned the DA and then coalition partners against this sort of blow to the service delivery agenda in the city of Johannesburg. The DA was given every opportunity to decide they wish to participate in a new coalition, but they opted rather for the continued governance of the ANC and EFF coalition of doom. Madam Speaker, it must be known by every resident of Joburg that their suffering under the ANC and EFF is avoidable. Every cent that is stolen.
Councillor, can you please just take your seat?
No problem.
Councillor at the back from the EFF.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you kindly tell the Speaker from the Action SA to stay on a lane, because she mustn't say we are making the resident to suffer, when else we as EFF were for the residents. We are always on the ground. Thank you.
Councillor. Councillor Mtembu, speak to your item.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Every cent that is stolen. Madam Speaker, can I be protected against the hooligans on my left?
Councillor, that's not the way you speak in council. I'll protect you, but there's two sides here. They are also, your councillors are doing the same thing. So start off with them. Councillors, can we please? Councillors, and you cannot call councillors hooligans. You cannot. You cannot do that. So please withdraw.
Okay, someone is playing with the mic. All right.
Please withdraw.
I withdraw, Madam Speaker.
What are you withdrawing?
The fact that there's some people on my left that at times or often act like hooligans.
No. Councillor, withdraw. Councillor, withdraw unconditionally and withdraw what you said.
Out of respect for you, Speaker of the House, I would like to withdraw that statement.
Councillors. Councillor Bapela.
Yes. It cannot be out of respect of the speaker because the speaker is not the one who's offended here. Yes. We are the one who are taking all this insult and offense. So when somebody withdraw, it must be unconditional. Like I've taught them how to withdraw. I said I withdraw unconditional. So that's how we must all withdraw. If you don't want to withdraw, you just say that I do not want to withdraw. And the day we decide that we are not going to withdraw, man, wait, man, I'm speaking.
Councillor Bapela.
How?
Councillor Bapela.
Blonde,
Councillor Bapela.
Hiban. Kablela.
Councillor Bapela.
Yeah, so, okay, yes.
I've got what you are saying.
Yes, I'm saying, if she decides not to withdraw, she must just put it on record that I do not want to withdraw. There are other items that we as EFF are going to feel that we don't want to withdraw on that.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Mtembu, can you withdraw what you said about the people on your left? Can you just withdraw so that we can carry on?
Speaker,
and not just for the sake
but
of
we can't
withdrawing.
take it, hey? I would like to withdraw.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you carry on with your speech? You have 3 minutes and 19 seconds.
With the mic, Speaker. It must be known by every resident of Joburg that they are suffering under the ANC and EFF coalition of doom. Every cent that is stolen, every pothole that develops, every customer care failure.
Councillor, can you take your seat? Councillor Mbengwa.
No, man. No, man. Let us be fair. No. Councillor Mtembu, stop saying what you are saying is wrong. Why? We can't be here.
Councillor Mbengwa.
Okay.
You are not speaking to the council. You're speaking through me.
Yes. Honorable Speaker of this council. Honorable Speaker of this council. Can you advise the speaker, the current speaker who's addressing us? She cannot allude to things to say that we are suffering on the whatever. That is something that's she's not a prophet. She can't speak that what she's saying.
Councillor Mbengwa, thank you.
There's no proof. Can she give us the proof?
Thank you, Councillor Mbengwa.
We need the proof of that what she's saying.
Councillor Mbengwa, thank you. Councillors, ever since I've taken this seat, I've always asked, can we please respect each other? Can we not howl at each other? Can we listen to the next person? And that's all we need to do because we are debating. And in our debates, we bring across what we want to say. So can we please do that? And Action SA, I'm not sure, but the past 2 days, you've been very rowdy. Councillor Mtembu, can you carry on? Please, Councillor.
Every stall project is brought to the residents of Joburg by the Democratic Alliance. By proposing to dissolve council, DA is simply telling the voters and the residents that they are not willing or ready to govern. We are in the era of coalitions, whether the DA likes this or not. With this dissolution, the DA is proving to everyone that they are not ready to serve South Africa or the residents within Johannesburg. As Action SA, we are saying we are ready. Si ready tina ukuphatha. In conclusion, the fabulous 44 will not support this gimmick of the dissolution of council. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Bapela. Councillor Bapela.
Dissolution Alliance.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And greetings to the Mayor. Speaker, some of us, we are kind of like touched right now because when someone was trying to motivate why we should vote for this motion, she also mentioned the mayors who have passed on as part of instability in the city. We can't be heartless like that. We're all gonna die one day, and we are going to be mentioned as problems. That's uncalled for. We cannot do that. Even if we wish to argue, we must argue and argue with facts. Fighters, I can see what is happening here, and we can understand the frustration. Us as economic freedom fighters, we've been here. We didn't come here yesterday. So we understand all the positions in this council. But if you have never been on the other side, you are going to be shocked because you came here, you formed a part of the coalition, part of the administration. And now when you take you to the other side, you start doing things that we don't understand. Even if fighters, they can try and push the mighty EFF, you must remain disciplined because you are seniors here in this council. You can't be pushed by juniors to do wrong things. DA-led coalition. As this coalition, we are doing better than Tshwane. And Tshwane is under your leadership. You go, you compare Tshwane and Johannesburg. We are better than Tshwane. You are not advising your people in Tshwane to dissolve themselves. Yet you come here, you want to dissolve us. Why are you selfish like that? What instruments do you use to measure our performance as the city of Johannesburg? You are using assumptions. Auditor General is there to see as to what is happening in each and every municipality. If the metro was not ready to run, he was going to come down and tell us that because he's got some instrument. But as the city of Johannesburg,
1 minute.
We are above his key ratios in terms of performance. That is why he will never come here. Because he's not from Democratic Alliance. He is taking care of each and every municipality. DA, we brought a report here. We said, this report is very urgent. We want to appoint the city manager because we want to stabilize the municipality. You went to court.
30 seconds.
You argued that. It's urgent because the people of the city, they are suffering. Because we didn't have a proper city manager. Now we wanted to appoint. You fought against that. But you are here today claiming to be caring about the people of Johannesburg. What a contradiction. Why would you even waste the money to stop us from giving our people service delivery? Let's say the report was not that urgent. How is that helping our people?
Councillor Nkonko. Councillor Nkonko. Thank you, EFF. Councillor Nkonko.
Ke a leboga mmarona modisa kgotla. Greetings to the masses.
Councillor Nkonko, just a second. There's a white Golf, LH78FMGP, parked and people wants to get out. You're in the parking at the bottom. Can you please remove your vehicle? LH78FMGP, white Golf. Thank you, Councillor Nkonko.
Greetings to the masses of Azania and the whole continent, those abroad in diaspora. Madam Speaker, this is one of the tactics of how they turn the continent, the whole continent, into a sham independence. If you don't know how white supremacy works, you will be forever confused and manipulated. The Pan-Africanist Congress of the People of Azania reject the motion from the Devil Alliance. Presently, there are white government agents that specialize in psychiatry and propaganda that works unwittingly behind the scene, manipulating the collective minds of the African masses. This man governs our minds, molds our opinions, and shape our perception through their monopoly over information and media
Councillor
images.
Nkonko, can you take your seat for a second? Councillor Butka.
Madam Speaker, can we just get that removed from the wording? There is no devil alliance here. It's a democratic alliance.
Councillor Nkonko, there's Democratic Alliance.
Yeah, the devils are the one who enslave us and kill us and still oppressing and took our land. So it's the devil. That's a satanism.
Councillor Nkonko, please. Councillor Nkonko, can you stick to your speech? Can you stick to the item, Councillor Nkonko? You can speak, but stick to the item. And please.
Thank you, thank you.
Just again, I'll stop your time. Councillor Tyrell.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, please be consistent. Hooligans had to be withdrawn. Devil Alliance must also be withdrawn. Please make sure that it's consistent. Thank you.
Councillor Nkonko, can you withdraw Devil Alliance?
Okay, but let me, Madam, I have never said DA. What I'm talking about the Devil Alliance. So I don't know DA, are they a devil? If the devil, maybe I can withdraw that. Since well the devils, then I'll withdraw.
Councillor Nkonko. Councillor Nkonko.
Yes, Madam.
Can you please withdraw Devil Alliance? Can we stick to the political parties that are here? Can we stick to the political
because
parties
I respect you, I
that are
withdraw.
here? Can you withdraw
I
Devil
withdraw.
Alliance?
I withdraw, but we'll rectify
No,
this.
not but. Please withdraw. Unconditional.
I withdraw unconditionally, Madam Speaker. Let me continue with my speech before you cut me off. This man governs our minds, molds our opinion, and shape our perception through the monopoly over information and media images that we systematically receive under the disguise of merely preventing dissent from rising amongst the African population against the white status quo. These men secretly engage in many nefarious manipulation schemes against African people. They determined a long time ago that they subdue and prevent unified African protest against the white establishment by perpetually keeping African people believing the fraudulent West narratives about ourselves. Doing so demoralizes us, divides us, creates black self-loathing, and shifts African collective aggressions away from the white oppression society and redirect it towards ourselves. As long as they keep us within this condition, they will be able to rule us over forever. Madam Speaker, as an Africanist, we are here to liberate our masses. And we died for them and will continue dying for them. So they must know their time is up. Their countries, they're going to fall. Their supremacy will fall. And we're also going to liberate the people from Palestine as well. Isolate.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Musa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. To the Al-Jamaa Lion Mayor, Kabelo Gwamanda, Executive Mayor of Al-Jamaa, all protocol observed. I rise on behalf of Al-Jamaa. The DA's attempt for council emanates dissolving the administrative wing of our government by purging the city manager and creating instability on service delivery through the courts. And they failed. They know they don't have the numbers. They're wasting the court's time. Now they want to destabilize the executive wing of the council. The mentality to go around destroying the normality of council and lives must come to an end. Furthermore, not so long ago, they were complaining about meals of 600,000 rand. To them, the meals are more important than the human lives, and this is totally heartless, as expressed earlier on. I cannot understand for the life of me.
Can I listen to the councillor?
I cannot understand for the life of me, why would the DA want to dissolve council considering the huge cost implications? It is contradictory to your 600,000 rand. What would it cost to dissolve the council? Is this not insanity at its best? Maybe to the heartless leader of DA, yes, heartless. The only reason we are in this situation is because we need to stop exploiting and finding ways and means politically to destabilize this council. Let us get on with the business of the day, and that is to serve the residents of the city of
43
Johannesburg.
seconds.
The AK-47 verbal power is too strong from the GLU. Maybe the DA councillors should choose to resign rather than dissolving council for political reasons. Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Respect human lives! Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Musa. MMC Masuku. Councillors, we have a MMC on the podium. Can we respect everybody?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, fellow councillors. Madam Speaker, let me start by saying to the residents of Johannesburg and to fellow councillors that we are today debating a motion that has been brought by people who could have had an option to voluntarily resign, but they chose to grandstand. They chose to bring a frivolous motion, an unnecessary, ill-advised motion, which in its simplest terms, it's actually political buffoonery. Councillor Makwenchu, Councillor Kunene, and Councillor Mabaso took most of my words, and Councillor Dilange. I will, however, emphasize certain points in line with what they raised. On the issue of vacancies, the DA actually saw it fit to have a city that didn't have leadership so that they can actually assume and usurp the powers of administration. You will see that when I speak about the institutional review. The DA also continued to usurp powers by not wanting the city to have a city manager. Instead, they block a progressive process that could allow us to have a city manager so that they can continue to internally do their own things unattended to by the administration. On the fleet contract, Madam Speaker, the DA speaks about clean and good governance. That is dishonesty. Dishonesty of this is in the irregularities process when they did what you call a mock launch event at the premises of the company in Centurion. The company's name is called Marseille. National Treasury, everybody knew there was no bank guarantee, but the DA went ahead to do this illegal mock launch and fake SLA without the city signing an SLA, but having them saying that they've signed an SLA without following proper processes of the city of Johannesburg against regulations. I want to speak about the poor implementation of the institutional review. The powers of the city manager to implement the institutional review were usurped by the DA administration. The Municipal Systems Act places the capacity of rolling out an institutional review with a city manager. But the previous administration, our multi-party as they are called, took that to the office of the executive mayor, thereby introducing political interference into what would have been a process that would come out to favor their own politically aligned service provider, who was also friends to the wife of the erstwhile mayor. This process obviously had to stop, and it is now was reinitiated in line with what COCTA regulates. Madam Speaker, there is no doubt that since the government of local unity took over, we are trying to sort out the problems caused by the DA. And I will start, Madam Speaker, by saying that if you look at the finances, and we start post-2016, because the problems didn't only just start now. It's post-2016 when the first leadership came in, and if you recall, at that time when we left, City Power had a sweeping balance of 1.8 billion as at 30 June 2016. What then happened, Honorable Speaker, was that there was a contempt and there was purging of executives in the city and a systematic de-investment into the entity, including stopping of critical infrastructure projects without considering the impact of such. This includes a project on the smart metering, distribution of power as well. I'm highlighting what happened so that we can understand why it was difficult for us when we came in to stabilize the city. It is problems that were caused by the very same people who say the city needs to be dissolved. We could have had different initiatives such as balancing and the load reduction, better distribution of power, but the DA government cut projects without considering the impact of such. We are now facing pressures, not just due to load shedding and but it also because of bad decisions that were made. It is very important that we understand that the government of local unity is committed under the leadership of the executive mayor, Councillor Kwabelo Kwamanda, to deal with issues that affect you as residents of the city of Johannesburg. We are not cowards. We don't want council to be dissolved. We want to be here to serve. We want to do it and we want to fix it collectively as council. We are not going to allow a process where individuals who, where they lead, are unable to even self-introspect and reflect. Already councillors have spoken about what is happening in Tshwane. Litter is not being picked up in Tshwane. Water is not available for our residents in Tshwane. There is not even ward committees formed in Tshwane so that there is public participation for residents. It is a legislated framework that you must have ward committees, but you can't even reflect of your inability to form ward committees in your own municipality where you govern. In Tshwane, Madam Speaker, we are told there is not enough money. As a result, by their own admission, they can't even afford to give bonuses to employees because they are cash strapped. They can't manage the finances of the city because they do not know how to govern properly. Madam Speaker, before I sit down, I think It is ill-advised whoever said that the DA must put this motion. Dissolution of a municipality, just nje ukufaka isikolo kancane. Dissolution of a municipality can happen in 3 forms. 1, it can dissolve itself if a meeting called specifically for the purpose by adopting a resolution dissolving council with at least a vote of 2/3 of the councillors. I wonder bani zoyithatha phi 2/3 yama councillors. A municipal council may dissolve itself only when 2 years have passed since the council was last elected. The third one, the MEC for local government in a province, by notice of a provincial gazette, may dissolve a municipal council in the province if the Electoral Commission, in terms of section 232A of the Act, and it continues. So, when you come to council and you want to dissolve a council, that was done by the will of the people. The will of the people said there is no outright winner in the city of Johannesburg. And section 139 also, when the MEC should decide to do that, it should be on very serious issues like we were unable to pass the budget, or there are revenue raised issues. But all the items you have raised, you even blame the former mayors who are late as if they were responsible for instability. Instability of coalitions is what the people have brought to us. It is not something that is by design. People have chosen how to vote, and if you want to start a fresh process, you can resign as councillors freely, so that if then the council doesn't form quorum without you, only then we can start discussing. But even if you resign, as far as things stand, the city of Johannesburg will function without the Democratic Alliance. I thank you.
Councillor Belinda. Councillor Belinda.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Madam Speaker, it is sheer arrogance to blame the residents of Johannesburg for the instability when we had politically motivated strikes when the multi-party government was in government. It is clear from yesterday's report that there is no introspection with the level of arrogance experienced in the speeches from the Doomsday Coalition. They are scared that the residents will reject them at the ballot box, and that is why they do not want to go for fresh elections. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I urge all councillors and all residents watching this today, look very carefully. Is service delivery happening in our city? How much money are we spending on court cases? How much of positions are not done properly? I urge you to support this motion. I thank you.
Councillor Maruma. Councillor Belinda, I asked you to take a seat while there was a hand up. Councillor Maruma, I've noted you, Councillor Not.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I just rose to request based on consistency. The Speaker, the Councillor has just said a Doomsday Alliance, and earlier on, they requested a councillor to withdraw when he said Devil Alliance. Can she withdraw?
No, it's not like it's a difference. Councillor Belinda, can you just withdraw Doomsday, please? It's not about a difference, councillors. Can you withdraw the Doomsday or the Dooms Alliance, or what was it, councillor? Doomsday Alliance. Can you please withdraw that unconditionally?
I withdraw Doomsday Coalition unconditionally.
Thank you, councillor. Councillor Not.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. As much as I'm loving the drum beats, can somebody please ask who's having a lovely party downstairs to turn the music off? It's very distracting because we can't hear people speaking. There's a constant thud in the background. Thank you.
We'll do that. Thank you. Is the motion agreed to? Those in favor of the motion? Can we then vote? Those yes, the yeses, can your hands go? Councillor Delano? You can lower your hands. You can lower your hands. The nose. Can we have those that abstain? Can we have those that abstain? Councillors? Those that abstain, can we see the hands? Those that abstain, there's no one that abstains. Thank you. Okay, the result is as follows. No one abstained. The yeses, 63. The noes, 165. The item is not carried. Someone's mic is on.
Councillors, we proceed.
Councillor Dilanga.
Thank you, Speaker. The Freedom Front requests a 10-minute caucus break. Thank you.
Is that before? Are we settling? Are we having our caucuses all here? Can we settle in? I'm not sure the drums are beating funny. Councillor De Lange.
Thank you, Speaker. We had time to deliberate and we are satisfied to move forward with motion 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm just worried wow, everybody, where are we? No, this side is empty. This side is empty.
We need quorum to start the meeting.
Have you,
We're waiting for quorum.
now we need to get everybody in so that we have a quorum. Can the bells just be rung again? Can we hit the drums? IT, there's a problem with, okay. People can't hear the drums at the bottom. I'm not sure how we're going to do that. We'll ask Councillor Christians to go and stamp his feet on the stairs there. Councillor Christians, you can do that. Or we'll give you a loud hailer. Councillors, we were out for more than 10 minutes. Please. Who's here in front? Some walk in, some walk out. Some walk in, some walk out. Great example of 1 step forward, 10 steps backwards.
Councillors, we are on our last motion, which is motion 3. And this motion recommends that council approves that the city conducts a feasibility study into the supply of backup power supply or generator at the Horizon Water Tower, which is Finch Street Tower, pump station, to enable an uninterrupted supply to the resident of Horizon on Deckers Park, Curranvale, and surrounding areas. And secondly, the report on the feasibility study must be presented to the council, to this council within 90 days.
The proposer is Councillor Z. Hughes. Councillor Hughes.
Madam Speaker, all protocol observed. Since the 2nd of January this year, up until today, residents of Discovery, Wirrison, Carronvale and Ondakis Park, including 2 old age homes and numerous schools and preschools, have had to endure a total of 1,082 hours without water. This is a clear violation of Section 27 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa and the Bill of Rights. This supply issue is as a direct result of the impact of load shedding, as well as unplanned power interruptions affecting the Paul Kruger switching station, which directly feeds the Finch Street Water Tower. It should be noted that Joburg Water and City Power are in the process.
Councillor, can you have your seat? Councillor Marumo.
Must take off that DAP. Thank you, Speaker. Can the councillor remove the DA logos on her neck? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. She's removed it.
It should be noted that Joburg Water and City Power are in the process of getting the Finch Street Water Tower exempted from load shedding. However, this does not solve the issue caused by unplanned power interruptions. It is for this reason that I recommend that Council approves that the City conducts a feasibility study into the supply of a backup power supply or generator at the Horizon Finch Street Water Tower to ensure an uninterrupted water supply to the residents in the areas affected, and that the report of the feasibility study be presented to Council within 90 days.
Is the motion agreed to? Can we have Councillor J. Goosen? Councillor Goosen, please. So there's a leave of absence. Can we have the ACDP? Can we have Councillor C. Rosen? Also LOA.
Thank you,
Oh,
Madam
okay.
Speaker.
Thank you.
I greet you all in the precious name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Greetings, Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor, MMCs, honorable guests, and dear residents of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, the ACDP supports the motion raised by Councillor Hughes pertaining to the calling for emergency power generation capacity for the Horizon Water Tower. The ACDP, however, urges City Power to not only provide emergency power generation capacity for the Horizon Water Tower, but as a matter of urgency, to equip all water towers and reservoirs with emergency power backup generation capacity, as this is critically important infrastructure that needs to be operational at all times. God bless South Africa. God bless the sovereign state of Israel. Israel, the ACDP stands with you. God bless you. I thank you.
There's a leave of absence for the MMC Squaler. MMC Masuku.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Already, there was a process that the board and MMC Squaila had started together with the city manager and Ku's office in terms of looking at various mechanisms to have backup in our areas. So if you want to then bring a motion that is going to deal with something already that the administration is busy with, it defeats the purpose. So let's allow administrators to do their work, because it actually was already part of the initial budget of the financial year. So we don't understand why you would then want to bring this motion to council. Thanks.
Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Speaker. I just need to mention that this motion wouldn't have come if we as ward councillors were informed of the decisions made by the MMCs and the departments. Other than that, I ask that council please approve this motion.
Those who are in favor of the motion, can we see your hands? People are so ill-disciplined, eh? Those of you, the yeses, can you put down your hands? I was distracted by Councillor Tyrone Myers. He had a big yawn. Those not in favor? The noes, you can put down your hands. Anybody that abstains? 7. You may lower your hands. You may lower your hands. MMC Tswako? Or you were stretching? The yes is 99. The noes 112. Abstain 7. The item is not carried. Councillors, we are now going to break for lunch. What time is it? It's 25 to 2. We'll be back 25 to 3. And not 3 o'clock, please. Councillor? IT, can you please attend to the mics?
Thank you, Speaker. Just looking at the time now and looking and comparing the speaking time, it's now 2:45. We've got about 8 hours if we go according to what has been listed, speaking time, which means we're going to be here till 11 o'clock tonight, which I hope is not going to be the case. And I hope that, maybe the whips can get together to discuss how we're going to decrease the time so we get out of here tonight at a reasonable hour. Just a suggestion. Thank you.
Are we all here? Is our caucuses in? Councillors, I have received a request. I see your hand, Councillor Rafferty. Councillor De Lange and Councillor Pelzer would want to leave at 4 o'clock due to family responsibilities, and I've agreed. Thank you. Councillor Raff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think at this point, conceding to the request of Councillor Lowe, if we can just have all the whips quickly for 5 minutes, just to have that discussion, and then we'll report back. Thank you.
You're asking for 5 minutes, and it should be 5 minutes, and not 6 minutes or 7 minutes. Can we stick to the 5 minutes? All the whips, and then has anybody seen a power bank, a very huge one? Councillor Musa has lost his power bank yesterday. Has anybody found it? If found, please give to Councillor Musa. Can all the whips? There's a request the DA needs to send its whip to the whippery. It was a request from the DA. 5 minutes. No, no one asked for caucus. No, the 5 minutes is over. Hold on, Councillor Niemand. Councillor Rafferty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thanks for granting us that 5 minutes. There just has been a request now from our meeting here by the Democratic Alliance as well as Action SA, just to give them quickly 10 minutes so that they can just consult with their caucuses, and then we can proceed with the business of the day. Thank you.
Yeah, but they took it for granted and they started walking out. No, Councillor Rafferty has now explained why you all walked out. It's fine, you granted. Ons speel nie met krag nie. Can we settle down? Councillor Lebatang. Councillor Rafferty, you asked for a break.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. We are ready to proceed. I'll now hand over to you what I've received. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rafferty. So, can you just explain to us?
Madam Speaker, so the items will be read in only where there's people, where they are the underline that I've given you. With the action essay, because action essay feels they want to speak on everything.
Councillors, I'm trying to listen to what he's saying. Can we please?
How? I don't know why people are getting excited.
That's why you had a whoopery.
So
Thank you.
all the items, item will be read in. Only those that will speak will then rise and speak. So it's on all the items, it's action essay. And then you'll see there's a few from the DA. They have withdrawn some of their speakers. But as for the rest of the caucuses, we will not be speaking on any item. Thank you. The other thing is also, we're just asking that we are tolerant of one another, because we don't want to run the risk where people are saying their speeches and insulting others that creates other animosity. So I'm just pleading with everyone that we keep the decorum of the House. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Councillor Rafferty.
Councillors, we revert back to recommendations to Council, which is the third item in the agenda.
Executive Mayor. Apologies, Executive Mayor. Chair of Chairs.
All right.
Councillor Rafferty.
Madam Speaker, it's continuation of yesterday, so all the items were tabled yesterday already. Thank you.
Someone's mic somewhere.
Thank you. All right, we proceed with the first item, which is a performance assessment report for the Community Development Department for the 2022-23 financial year for the period July to September 2023. Read together with item 2, which is a performance assessment report for the Joburg City Theatre for the 2023-24 financial year for the period July to September 2023. Also read together with item 3, which is a performance assessment report for the Joburg City Parks and Zoo for the 2023-24 financial year for the period July to September 2023. And all the items read together with item 22, which is an oversight report of the Section 79 Community Development Committee on the 2023-24 first quarter performance assessment report of the Department of Community Development, Joburg Theatre and Joburg City Parks and Zoo for the period July to September 2023.
Can we have a member from the committee? Can we have a member from the committee to table it? I can't table the report. I'm not the chair of the committee. Can someone table the report?
Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Sifumba.
Greetings, Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me pass the greetings to the Executive Mayor, to our committees, and as the seat here at the back, we want to also welcome the City Manager, Floyd Brinks. Madam Speaker, we want to, as a committee, Section 79, want to table the report for the court under review. We will hope that this committee will note it, or the councillors here in this house will note it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Kuma. Councillor Zwane, action essay.
I'll fire the pass. I said I'm going to tidy that up. Mic off.
Can we assist with the mic?
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Greetings, Speaker, and greeting to the House.
Councillor, can you please speak into the mic? We can't hear you at all.
Greeting, Speaker, greeting to the House. Our lovely and youthful CL, Nobuhle Mthembu and Fabulous 44. You are all invited to our election campaign that we'll be launching on the 2nd, which is this coming weekend. We are also in Hammanskraal. We are not obsessed about filling up stadiums, but we are actually obsessed about fixing this country. I want to congratulate the department along with the MOEs on what it seems to be a satisfactory performance on paper. For me, Speaker, through you, it is simple highlight and a plea. It is not a tricky plea, Speaker. It's a very basic plea. MMC Magwenshu, when during your term, can we expect to see all the pools operational as was the status quo during Herman Mashaba's term as a mayor? Can we also ask you to fulfill the request before your term comes to an end, please? The second Speaker, with you as a former chair of Section 79 ComDev, we asked for the comprehensive list of our facilities and their status. An incomplete register was presented to us. The JPC provided us with a register that also, unfortunately, not up to scratch. Facilities are wrongfully titled, wrongfully coordinated, and do not state whether they are operational or not. The Yuval library is coordinated as Maps, Archer, and Spice Shop. Yuval is a pool outlined as a residential house under JPC leasing portfolio. Recreational facilities housing homeless people are said to be in good condition. JPC have been failing dismally with ComDev all around. They can't even get the right coordinates of the very asset they are managing. JPC register along with that of ComDev are simply not up to scratch in our face, Speaker. However, it is that we in ComDev don't know even in. Okay. However, in ComDev, we don't know what is happening with EJPC. And we are really struggling with that entity to come and account. With that said, Speaker, we'd like to note these reports as Action SA with those consent. Thank you.
MMC Magwenchu.
Thank you, Speaker. The report is noted.
Councillor Kuma.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, yeah.
Apologies, Councillor Kuma, take your seat. Apologies, Councillor Harris. Are you speaking?
Yes, I would love to, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Harris. We are doing it reverse because the MMC has already noted the report. But
Okay.
let me not be. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Mr. Mayor, MMC's councillors, guests. On behalf of the ACDP, I commend ComDev, Johannesburg Theatres and Johannesburg City Parks and Zoo for the work they are doing to keep the mind, body and soul of Johannesburg active and vibrant. This is in line with the mayoral priority of active and engaged citizenry. Thank you, MMC Magwencho. The ACDP notes these reports.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Councillor Kuma.
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to also thank the members of our committees who are participating very fully. And also special thanks to our researcher and our legal team for having to assist the committee to perform its duties very well. And thanks to our MMC who was able to improve situation in our oversight and all of those issues. So we thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The report must be noted. Thank you very much.
Councillors' recommendations on page 1.44, 2.9, 3.21, and 22.10 are the items agreed to. Thank you.
We're now on item 4, which is a performance assessment report for Development Planning Department for the 2023-24 financial year for the period July to September 2023, read together with item 5, which is a performance assessment report for the Johannesburg Development Agency for the 2023-24 financial year for the period July to September 2023. Both items read together with item 23, which is an oversight report of the Development Planning Section 79 Committee on the 2023-24 first quarter budget and performance assessment report of the Development Planning Department and Johannesburg Development Agency for the period July to September 2023.
Can we have a member of the committee table the report? A member from Development Planning?
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor.
Speaker, I rise on behalf of our chairperson, Joera Kaldin, to table the performance oversight report of the Development Planning Section 79 Committee on the 2023-2024 first quarter performance reports of the Department of Development Planning and the JDA. I thank you.
Councillor Deshay.
Good afternoon, Speaker, DA Caucus Leader Councillor Etches Onjaku, DA Chief Whip Councillor Knott, and the rest of my dedicated and exemplary colleagues in the DA Caucus. As we congregate in this chamber, we are bound by a collective duty to serve the people of Johannesburg with integrity and action. Yet, as Albert Einstein famously said, insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. The reports before us detailing the performance of the Development Planning Department and Johannesburg Development Agency paint a concerning picture, one where this very insanity seems to prevail. Action has fallen woefully short of promise, and accountability appears to be as absent as water in the desert. A mere 61.1% of key performance indicators have been met, a figure that speaks not to chance, but to a pattern of chronic underachievement. In the words of Winston Churchill, however beautiful the strategy, you should occasionally look at the results. It compels us to ask whether the resources of our city are being managed with the diligence our citizens not only expect, but deserve. With only 20.58% of the budget utilized in the first quarter, we are witnessing the spectre of delayed projects and unmet needs casting a long shadow over our city. Revenue collection, an essential lifeline for our city's development, stands at a shortfall with 21.8 million rand uncollected. This is not just a missed target, it's a missed opportunity for progress, a sign of inefficiencies that, in the words of Thomas Jefferson, makes the labors of a few worthy individuals wholly inadequate to stand against the torrent of mismanaged public affairs. Technical problems with the construction permit management system disrupt the very fabric of service delivery, hindering our city's growth and prosperity. Thomas Paine once stated, "The real man smiles in trouble, gathers strength from distress, and grows by reflection." These are not mere hiccups. These are systemic failures that need urgent redress and reflection to grow brave and correct our course. In a city where actions speak louder than words, the fanfare around MMC Kunene's demolition in Windsor East earlier this year stand in stark contrast to the silence of the subsequent quarters, where not a single demolition has taken place. It's perplexing, indeed, that the MMC of Transport has been more visible in demolition actions than the MMC of Development Planning, the custodian of demolition orders. One must question why the hands tasked with shaping our city's future are less stained with the dust of action than those appointed to guide our city's transit. When we look at JDA's report, the failure of governance scream from the page. I'm reminded of the words of Marcus Tullius Cicero, "The sinews of war are infinite money." The question that plagues us is, how do you spend 600% of your budgeted amount on interest in a quarter? This is either an inexcusable budgeting failure or an inexcusable governance failure. Either way, heads should be rolling. But as with any government led by the ANC, accountability and consequences are as substantial as a mirage. The number of projects where not a cent was spent during the quarter should not just be leaving the government hanging its head in shame, but should be igniting a fire of rage in the residents of Johannesburg. Clearly, they are the last priority of this broken government. This is not a vision of governance that Johannesburg needs. The Democratic Alliance stands for government that is effective, where promises made are promises kept. We propose a governance framework where projects are not just initiated, but seen through to their impactful conclusion. Where revenue collection is not just a goal, but a benchmark of our administrators' efficacy. And when governance falls short, we must remember the words of John F. Kennedy. Let us not seek the Republican answer or the Democratic answer, but the right answer. Let us not seek to fix the blame for the past. Let us accept our responsibility for the future. It is not only the machinery that must be reevaluated, but the operators of that machinery. We, the Democratic Alliance, call for the Johannesburg that thrives under the stewardship of those who act, who deliver, and who elevate the city to its desired heights. It's a time for a council that embodies the spirit of Ubuntu, a council that does not just exist, but one that performs with excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment was upon us to rise to the challenge, to steer our beloved city away from the precipice of stagnation and towards the dawn of a new era of prosperity and trust. This report only further validates why we should have dissolved council this morning. Thank you.
Councillor Neft, action essay.
Thank you, Speaker. Good afternoon to our residents, guests in the gallery, the Action SA team, as well as all office bearers present. I rise on item 4, 5, and 23. As Action SA, we once again find ourselves at a hypocritical moment in this administration. A few weeks ago, in this council, the majority resolved to put a pause to the good work the ED was doing, and that's the ED responsible for development planning. Yet we are here to evaluate the department's performance, by extension his team as well. This is both contradictory and hypocritical to say the least, because if this council approves the report, then it's basically saying that the department as well as the ED done well. Item 5. Action SA notes with concern the disrespect JDA's executive has shown the residents and their elected office bearers by repeatedly being absent from committee meetings, even though they have the council's yearly planner that confirms all the dates of the meetings they are required to attend. On a performance note, it's alarming that JDA finds it's below par performance acceptable. Action SA hopes the JDA management team reevaluates its interpretation of acceptable performance and that the performance is vastly improved from mediocre to excellent. Item 23. Barring a few discrepancies on what or how acceptable reporting of performance metrics should be recorded, Action SA notes all 3 reports.
Councillor Masetla. No, sorry, MMC Mgina.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to yourself, the EM. Greetings to the ANC caucus, to the GLU government. I want to greet you, all of you in this house, and note and thank the inputs from councillors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MMC Mgina. Councillor Masetla.
Thank you, Speaker, and greetings again to yourself, the EM, the CM, the political head in the department, Councillor Mgina. But one would like to register a disappointment by the utterances of the DA because it is a fact that if you are not happy with a report, because it starts in the section 79, you must utter those disappointments in the section 79 meeting.
Councillor Masetla, can you take
and
your seat?
And then also...
Councillor Masetla, can you quickly take your seat? Councillor Belinda.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I would like to call a point of order, Councillor Mosetla. This house is for free speech. Whatever happened in section 79, we come and ventilate it here based on our caucus position. Thank you.
Councillor Mosetla, can you complete your...
I don't know what was that, but if you're not
Can you
happy,
complete?
you need to write a minority report that will couple the main report to the council. And they should have done that. So in that, Speaker, having said that, would like to lobby this House to note the report. Thanks.
Thank you, councillors. The recommendations are on page 1. Sorry, just hold on. The recommendations are on page 4.3, 5.5, 23.11 to 23.12. Are the items agreed to? Thank you.
We proceed with item 6, which is a performance assessment report for the Public Safety Department for the 2022-23 financial year for the period April to June 2023. Read together with item 7, which is an oversight report of the Section 79 Public Safety Committee on the 2022-23 fourth quarter performance report of the Department of Public Safety for the period 1st April to 30th June 2023. Also read together with item 8, which is a performance assessment report for the Public Safety Department for the 2023-24 financial year for the period July to September 2023. And all items read together with item 9, which is an oversight report of the Section 79 Public Safety Committee on the 2023-24 first quarter performance report of the Department of Public Safety for the period July to 30th September 2023.
Member in charge, Chair Ian Nonkumbi.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I am not feeling well, Speaker. Can I give the responsibility to Councillor Marumo to proceed? Thank you very much.
Can we? Councillor Marumo.
Thank you, Speaker. I, Councillor Marumo, on behalf of the chairperson, hereby table the report. Thank you.
Action essay, Councillor D. Coverdale.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Speaker. Good afternoon, Speaker and councillors.
Councillors, the councillor is speaking very soft and there's some noises. Can you speak into the mic as well, please, councillor?
Yes, Speaker. Good afternoon, Speaker and councillors. All protocols observed. 90% of the KPIs was achieved out of 100%, which means that was 19 out of 21 KPIs achieved. Well done to this portfolio. And but what I want to mention is what is not indicated in this report. Does the report indicate what is happening in all our wards on the ground? Is 90% of the public happy? Are they safe? Do they have confidence in the sector? Do we see street patrols? The answer is no. People in El Dorado Park, Westbury, are living in fear like never before. Gangsterism is rife. Murder is happening on a daily basis. People in the suburbs are living in fear. Burglary, vehicle theft, cable theft is taking place daily. People in Soweto, Orange Farm, Alexandra is living in fear. Armed robberies, murder, cable theft is happening daily. Was the fire department operating to its optimal best? No. After receiving several calls for an incident in Enedale, A neighbor had to eventually get into his car, drive to the fire station and drag them to the emergency. When he got there, they were doing absolutely nothing. How many councillors have received complaints that the radio room is not answering their calls from the community? Why is it that we have a protest against JMPD by the colored community standing against oppression of colored people who were not considered for job applications because of the color of their skin? The JMPD then has the audacity to hide behind the unconstitutional oppressive Equity Act that was voted in by the DA and the ANC. Why is it that on the same day the JMPD staff had a meeting requesting the removal of the acting chief of police for reasons like nepotism, favoritism, tribalism, and racism? Could it be that there is no confidence and staff members are demoralized? This might be the reason why the JMPD officers can remove somebody for illegally directing traffic, but do not do point duty themselves to ensure the smooth flow of traffic. This could also be because they have lost their sense of duty and patriotism.
Councillor, can you take your seat for Councillor at the back?
Thank you, Speaker. The council is too fast. We can't hear anything. Can you be slow, please? Thank you.
Hi, Paul. Can you continue, Councillor?
I'll start again. This might be the reason why the JMPD officers can remove somebody for illegally directing traffic, but do not do point duty themselves to ensure smooth flow of traffic. This could also be because they have lost their sense of duty and patriotism. Is what the public sees taking place in reality? Another concern plaguing the public safety sector is the big underfunding, insufficient budgets, and that hinder the provisions of necessary equipment, technology, and training, leaving our public safety personnel ill-equipped to handle emergency threats. In conclusion, Speaker, I would like to emphasize that KPIs means nothing if lives are lost, and we cannot see a difference on the street. Targets reach 90% achieved of the KPI is set by the sector for the sector, yet there is still complaints of poor service delivery and invisibility. Public safety will need support from every member in this House, regardless of party affiliations. Give them the budget they require so that they can acquire the equipment, technology, tools of trade, and training needed to perform their duties. Appoint a worthy chief of police who can restore confidence in the department and regain the trust of the public. Safety must always be our priority so that other portfolios can prosper. Action SA notes this report. I thank you.
Councillor Morumo. Councillor Morumo. Oh, MMC Tswako. Councillor Rafferty.
Apologies, Madam Speaker. I see you missed Councillor Sun.
You see all these scratches and everything. It's apologies, Councillor Sun. It is dear Makaria. Councillor Sun.
That's busy flying here.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Dankie, Councillor Rafferty. Thank you for the rescue. I was almost feeling left out. Madam Speaker, I'll be speaking on item 6 and item 8. Greetings to the fellow councillors, our MMCs, and of course our leaders of the opposition parties. I want to address the fourth quarter performance Department of Public Safety. It is with a heavy heart that I share the findings. The reported achievement of an impressive 90% is unfortunately a mirage. Instead of an honest reflection of the actual figures, the department opted for a tactic of combining stats from the previous 3 quarters to artificially boost the 4th quarter results. What they've done is that they've added all the results from the previous 3 quarters, so the 4th quarter looks very good at 90%. While Johannesburg experienced historically high temperatures and heat waves, the Department of Public Safety's performance at a chilling low at a mere 48%. This marks the lowest recorded performance in the history of public safety. The presented report paints a rosy picture of a safe city, low crime rates, well-enforced bylaws, and smoothly flowing traffic. However, ask any residents in the city and they will vehemently tell you otherwise. We hear and see horrendous crimes, explosions, and fires in the city regularly. Councillors are inundated with complaints of bylaw violations daily. They exacerbate matters when traffic lights malfunction. The busiest intersections in the cities are manned by untrained and unauthorized individuals, and some of them actually do a better job than JMPD. The department tells us that the proposed solution to address prolonged traffic light outages and traffic congestions is the recruitment of traffic wardens. Madam Speaker, we must request clarity from the MNC on the budget allocation for salaries, training, uniforms, and tools of trade, and most importantly, when will these traffic wardens hit the streets? Let me give you a straightforward and cost-effective proposal. Deploy JMPD officers during peak hours and according to load-shedding schedules, and have JMPD do what they're supposed to do, and not coerce them into illegal roadblocks to extract money from motorists, even on the N12 freeway. Madam Speaker, let us not to be misled into thinking that there are thousands of CCTV cameras across the city. During the period under review, only about half, that's 301 out of 574 of the CCTV cameras are operational. The department boasts about an MOU signed with Vumacam for access to 6,000 CCTV cameras. The question is again, where are these cameras? Have they improved service delivery and safety of our residents? Financially, the performance is dismal, with the operating revenue at 57% and capital expenditure at 64%. In the world of ANC government standard, where a 30% pass mark is deemed acceptable, I must then congratulate the department because a 48% is considered a distinction. Madam Speaker, we as the DA cannot possibly support this report and allow a 48% government to run the economic hub of the continent. I now move to item 8, that's the 1st quarter report for the new financial year. Regrettably, the issues raised in the previous quarterly report persist in the Q1 report assessment. Whilst officials indulge in conceptualizing a lofty term about body cams and other drones that's going to operate, it's really just daydreaming. And I want to share again with you some figures that in the 3 months in the new financial year, the department will only manage to repair 89 CCTV cameras. Now, I'll give you the figures. This stands at 52% compared to the 68%. So a little bit of a progress we see, but it takes 3 months to repair only 89 CCTV cameras in the city. The department continues to fall short, improving timely response to traffic control complaints within 30 minutes. And these self-appointed traffic wardens continue to direct traffic where JMPD can never be seen. And councillors, I assure you, as you go home today, after this meeting, you'll bump into them. Emergency management services struggle to meet the 15-minute response time for fire calls. The proposed plan of deploying additional fire engine, and I want to highlight the word additional fire engines, to high call volume areas raises a critical question. Where are these additional fire engines? There are no new or supplementary fire engines available in the city. The plan by the department is really just to rob Peter to pay Paul and to stretch already a very thinly stretched EMS even thinner. Financially, the performance is feeble, with a capital expenditure of 0 against a quarterly budget of 16 million rand. Residents of Johannesburg witnessing this council meeting, it is crucial to grasp the gravity and precarious state of our city. We are under governments of a doomsday coalition offering no hope for the improvement of our city service. To the residents of the city of Johannesburg, I want to assure you that we will not settle for a 48%er when it comes to law enforcement, easing Joburg traffic gridlock, ensuring the safety of our residents. We will vigilantly monitor the Department of Public Safety to ensure that our residents receive the services that they rightfully deserve. Madam Speaker, the DA does not support item 6, that is the quarter 4 report, and we note item 8, the quarter 1 report. Thank you very much.
MMC Twako.
No, thank you very much. Greeting to the party leader, especially Sarudlen, and greeting to you, Speaker, to my colleagues, councillors in general. I'll just note the report. The guys, they will. You just send me, you know where my office is. You can do the WhatsApp or anything, no problem. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC. Councillor Moruma.
Thank you very much, Speaker, for the opportunity. Once again, JMPD officials and EMS officials are hardworking personnel of the city. All they need is just the support from this council and everyone. We need to work together and stop blaming. I can understand where Councillor Coverdale comes from. He used to be working there. Maybe that's why he talks like this. Perhaps he's bitter, who knows? But I just want to say the city of Johannesburg needs to work together and support officials of the city. Having said that, I note what Councillor Soon has said. Despite that, Speaker, it's important to say, while he speaks about the 30% pass mark, let's continuously note the fact that in just next door, Tshwane, we can account for 10 billion that is went missing under the leadership of DA. While they speak ill of others, they must just consider introspecting themselves. I hereby request the council to note and pass the reports. Thank you.
Councillor Knott. Come quickly.
Madam Speaker, I think the MMC has responded, unless the council is confused about his role as standing in for the MIC. Thank you.
The recommendations are on page 6.17 and and page 7.4, 8 and page 8.17 and 9.4. Are these items agreed to? Thank you.
We proceed with item 10, which is the performance assessment report for the group finance department for the 2023-24 financial year for the period July to September 2023, read together with item 11, which is a performance assessment report for the group information communication technology department for the 2023-24 financial year for the period July to September 2023. Both items read together with item 25, which then would be the oversight report of the Section 79 Finance Committee on the 2023-24 first quarter performance assessment report of the Group Finance Department and Group Information Communication Technology Department for the period July to September 2023.
Member in charge, MC Sedenyane.
He's not here. Thank you, Speaker. I rise to table the performance assessment reports for the first quarter of the financial year 2023-2024. And I would like Council to note and deliberate on it. Thank you.
I'm going to read out the names of the councillors that I have that's going to debate. On this item, it's only Councillor Boer. Is that correct? Councillor Rafferty? Councillor Boer and Action SA? ACDP councillors? I can't hear you. Your hand is up, both of you, Councillor Harris and Councillor Nkonza. IT, there's a mic problem.
Oh, it's fine now. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the ACDP would like to debate on this item. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Nkonza, you are first.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Okay, let's do this. All right, the ACDP rises to speak on item 10. So the ACDP would like to mention that revenue collection is key to financial sustainability. Madam Speaker, I rise today on behalf of the ACDP caucus to express our deep concern regarding the poor performance of the group finance. A few months ago, the ACDP brought to light the disturbing revelation that certain councillors, including some of us, were in areas to the city. This is not only adversely impacted revenue collection, but also raised ethical concerns. Rule number 12A of the Standing Rules of Council clearly states that a councillor may not be in areas to the municipality for rates and services charges for a period longer than 3 months. In response to this, the ACDP recommended the implementation of the city's internal credit control policy. It is akin to the age-old saying of washing the dish inside first.
Councillor, can you have your seat? Councillor Marema?
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I hear the councillor there is quoting Standing Rule 12A. It's not what it's written in our standing orders of council. So he must be in line with the one that we're using here.
Councillor, can you please align yourself
Okay.
with what's in the standing rules?
No problem,
Please don't
Speaker.
mislead us.
No problem, Speaker. It's fine, but a councillor may not be in areas to the municipality for the rates and services and charges for a period longer than 3 months. In response to this, the ACDP recommended the implementation of the city's internal credit control policy. It is akin to the age-old saying of washing the dish inside first, as emphasized in Matthew 23:23. However, our concern extends beyond the proposal itself. We question the effectiveness and consistent application of this policy. It is imperative that such measures are not only introduced, but diligently executed. Building upon this, the ACDP further suggests a proactive step to strengthen the internal revenue collection. We further propose the city employees are to be required to sign debit orders. This measure is aimed at preventing the internal non-collection issues, fostering non-financial responsibility, ensuring that all contributors play their part in sustaining the city's fiscal health. In the spirit of unity and the common good, let us rally behind the initiative set forth by Group Finance to enhance revenue collection. It's crucial, especially in the current election season, to remain vigilant against the potential influence of self-serving politicians who may encourage residents not to pay their dues. Such actions will certainly have a detrimental impact on our current financial ratios, jeopardizing the stability of the city. Madam Speaker, I thank you. As we stand together in support in in support of responsible financial practices, effective policy implementation, and a common commitment to the well-being of the city. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Boer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, fellow councillors. I'm raising on item 10 the group performance assessment report for the first quarter for group finance for July until September. I'm going to limit my speech today on the revenue collection, because the revenue collection is the source of all where it begins. We see in the quarterly report that we only got 13 days money in the kitty, and that's because of revenue collection. We also see in the report that we were not able to pay our suppliers within 30 days because of revenue collection. So revenue collection is the main focus that we should follow to generate our income. And we have seen since the budget speech that we created a billing war room and a collection war room. I'm afraid that those war rooms are fighting the wrong enemies. Why am I saying so? In the first quarter, our collection rate was only 85.9%, way below budget. But if you look closer into those figures, it is astonishing to see that in Region B, Region C, Region E, and Region F, the collection rate varies between 90.7% and 97%, so way above the 85% average that we raised. Region A, which is a big portion of that is Diepsloot, is at the collection rate of 80%, doing pretty well. And the administration gives us a reason why the collection rate is under pressure due to COVID-19, economic circumstances, interest rates, unemployment, and those are the excuses for our bad collection rate. By the fact our debt is standing at 49.8 billion by the end of September, I assume by the time now it's over 50 billion already. But if you look further on those collection rates, it is worrying to see that in Region D, our collection rate is only 50.2%. In Region G, it's only 43%. Now I'm asking you, Madam Speaker, are there any different economic circumstances in Region G and in Region D differing from Region A in Diepsloot? Our problem is not collection rate because of COVID, because of unemployment, and let me be quite frankly, the Freedom Front has got much empathy with people that cannot afford to pay, but we have no empathy with people that can pay and do not pay. It cannot be that the collection rate in Region G is only 43%, while it is in Region F, 97%. This tells us that there is a culture of non-payment in those two regions, and I appeal unto the MMC, start focusing your war room revenue collection on the regions that do not pay. Do not kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. For an example, in Region C, people are sitting without electricity because 3 substations have been vandalized over the weekend. There are no replacement substations available. There are no backup generators available. Those people are going to sit for 3, 4, 5 weeks without electricity because Region G and Region D are not paying their dues. Furthermore, in Region B, people are getting cut off because their accounts are standing in 60 days, while 26% of our arrears comes from Region D and Region G. So do not kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Rather go behind those 2 regions and start a massive campaign in these regions to get those people to pay for their services. I know there is a boycott in Region G, and I cannot blame them because the people are not getting the services that they deserve. So I want to appeal to the administration. Firstly, improve our service delivery. Let people get value for their money so that they will pay their bills. Secondly, collect money in those 2 regions. Thirdly, do not kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. And fifthly, And that we see on water, or our water collection is only 66%. Our prepaid water is only 63%. Our problem lies with water. And I appeal that we stop installing prepaid water meters because those water meters are getting bypassed. Stop installing them and do a physical audit on all prepaid water meters to see which ones are bypassed and let us get everybody to pay so that we can make a success of the city, so that everybody gets value for the services, that we collect our money and that we can spend our money to repair the city. And I appeal on the MMC, please pay attention. These are the problem areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Majola.
Thank you, Speaker. If you permit, I would like to start off by congratulating you on your new role. Leading our legislature as Speaker of Council is certainly going to be a new challenge for you. When I met you on the day of your election as Speaker, I said to you, and I suspect the entire House agrees with me, that your election will, to a degree, restore the dignity and the decorum of this distinguished House. I said to you, I do not believe that whoever was going to be elected Speaker would have been able to take this august House any lower than your predecessor did. I said to you, it is simply impossible for anybody to degenerate this House any further than your predecessor. Indeed, if anything is to be remembered about her, is her fervent commitment to dividing this House right down the middle, making us enemies, which we shouldn't be. Honorable Speaker, I'm confident that you will not be tempted to position yourself as a superstar celebrity speaker at the expense of the dignity of this House. I do not wish to claim to be wise, but if you were to take any advice from yours truly, it would be this: always resist the temptation of wanting to place yourself in the spotlight. I want to thank you for your service and your humility in accepting this challenge, and I do wish you all the best. Action SA notes the first quarter performance assessment report of the Group Finance Department. It is concerning that the department only achieved 37.5% of its IDP and SDBIP performance indicators. Only 6 out of the 16 indicators were achieved. This poor performance is not acceptable. Action SA calls on the MMC to recognize the importance and the need for improvement and drive the department towards achieving these indicators. We will be paying close attention in the report of the next quarter. To the credit of the department, we also note the 85.9% preliminary revenue collection against the target of 88.4%. Although this is a fairly good collection rate, but revenue collection alone is not an indicator of good performance. The department must begin to achieve these indicators that are listed in the IDP and the SDBIP. Lastly, Speaker, I wish to extend an invite to all councillors. You are all invited to perhaps the only 2024 campaign launch that will change the future of South Africa for better. It will be happening at the soccer field next to Libilo Primary School in Garamutsi this Saturday, the 2nd of December. Feel free to bring +1s. Let's all fix South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gancho. Councillor Gancho.
Greetings, Speaker. I rise to speak on item 11 and 25. Speaker, it has been just over a year now since the Finance Committee did an oversight visit at the temporary housing centers for our IT and hardware. We saw the stockpiles of Wi-Fi units and all such hardware. We are shocked to hear that in this financial quarter, the city has only managed to roll out 20 units of the 300 intended, meaning that it will take the rest of this term and possibly beyond to roll out all these units. Speaker, there is something that we have picked up on the matter of tools of trade for the city officials regarding desktops and laptops. It seems that there's a gap when it comes to how the older equipment is processed when the new laptops come in. What is the city's policy on assets whose warranty has lapsed but are still functional? Are they sold? Are they donated? Are they thrown away? Where do they go? What stops people from walking out with these gadgets? The city is struggling to meet its financial obligations and collect its fees for services rendered. At present, the city has identified 50 of the biggest offenders for not paying. Some of these businesses, departments owe in the tens of millions and are still receiving services up to now. There's a saying, Speaker, if you can't keep up with the foot soldiers, how do you hope to keep up with the horses? To bring it down to a practical example here in the city, if the city is struggling to pave roads, keep the lights on, clean the streets, and pick up refuse, its core mandate, how can you hope to give effect to the smart city? You must walk before you can run, and you must run before you can fly. So before we worry about Wi-Fi, Speaker, let's worry about basic service delivery. As a resident, I'd like to appeal to the GLU government. We know that the election is a few months away and is going to be one of the most important elections this country has ever had. And there will be immense pressure on all component factions of the GLU to eke out every last vote it can, even if it's at the expense of the financial health of the city. I see departments are rushing to fill appointments and to sign contracts. Please, there will be a need for service delivery after the day of the election. Let's keep that in mind. Speaker, we note these reports. Thank you.
Acting Member in Charge.
Thank you, Speaker. Would like Council to note the reports. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Mnisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon, Executive Mayor, Chief Whip of Council. We note all comments by councillors. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. The recommendations are on pages 10.3, 11.2, and 25.12. Are the items agreed to? Thank you.
We are now on item 12, which is a performance assessment report for the Human Settlement Department for the 2023-24 financial year for the period July to September 2023, read together with item 13, which is a performance assessment report for the Johannesburg Social Housing Company for the 2023-24 financial year for the period July to September 2023, and both items read together with item 26, which is an oversight report of the Housing Section 79 Committee on the 2023-24 first quarter performance assessment report of the Department of Human Settlement and the Johannesburg Social Housing Company for the period July to September 2023.
Member in Charge, Councillor Mpolowasho.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm greeting you, Madam Speaker, greeting the Mayor of City of Johannesburg, the Chief Whip of Council, the Chair of Chairs, members of the committees, and CM, the City Manager of City of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, then allow me to table item 12, the performance assessment report for the Women's Settlement Department for 2023-2024 financial year for the period of July to September 2023. Then item 13, Madam Speaker, performance assessment report for the Johannesburg Social Housing Company for the 2023-2024 financial year for the period of July to September 2023. Then the item 26, which is oversight report for the Women Settlement Section 79 committees on the 2023-2024 financial year, the first quarter reports for the Department of Women Settlement and the Johannesburg Social Housing Company, JOSCO, for the period July to September 2023. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Mpolowasho. Councillor Moshala.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to Fabulous 44, led by Intogazi Councillor Nobuhle Mthembu, fellow councillors, esteemed guests, good afternoon. Speaker, adequate to housing is an important basic human right. There are at present 181 informal settlements across the city with an estimated 180,000 households and a combined population exceeding 500,000. Speaker, if this department continues to miss the KPIs as they did in 2022-23 third quarter, we are afraid that the residents of the city will have to wait a bit longer for the department to formalize these informal settlements, let alone them getting proper housing and service delivery. Madam Speaker, as Action SA, we are really concerned with the mushrooming of these informal settlements, and this requires the department to change its approach in addressing the current human settlements challenges. Whilst we acknowledge the minimal pace made by the department, we are equally worried about the sluggish speed in which this crucial department is moving. We are in fact, Speaker, disturbed by the ongoing struggles of our residents, especially those in informal settlements, where they are compelled to share public service to basic services, which, by the way, Speaker, makes people vulnerable and exposed to different kinds of diseases and which compromises their standards of living and hygiene. Madam Speaker, if we need to fix and improve the lives of our people, we need to not shy away from pointing to our failures. Let's not cheer to mediocrity. We have millions of people in our city who look up to us to building them proper housing, and this cannot be achieved if we continue to miss targets and end up with high records of deficit. Madam Speaker, Johannesburg is a world-class African city. We need to pride ourselves as a city that offers high quality of life, are guided by values such as humanism and caring, provide comfort and dignity to all its residents to deliver solutions that meet the residents' needs. On that note, Speaker, Action SA notes this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ngwecheni. Sorry if I pronounced it wrong.
Please note me, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, please note me afterwards. Thank you.
Greetings, Speaker. Greetings to the fabulous 44. Speaker, my surname, if I can assist you with the pronunciation, it's Ngwecheni. The manner in which you pronounce it, it's like you just had a dessert, so it'll be easier.
Apologies.
Thank you.
Apologies.
Okay, as Action SA, we are concerned about the financial position of this entity, Joshko. And here you have a report that indicates an upward trend in terms of finances. However, that is not reflective of the actual state of the finances of the entity. Nevertheless, we feel it would be inappropriate for us not to draw this council's attention to pertinent issues that are playing themselves out at this entity. I'm going to list a few. Number one, low rental collection is a concern and it must be addressed. However, it must also noted that there's a broad array of issues that lead to it, and those issues must find expression in council and be ventilated between Joshko, the rights movement that are within that space of social housing, and the residents or the tenants at large. To name a few of the issues that I'm referring to, the number one would be the rent relief program, which we feel has been miscommunicated, mishandled, and we need valid reasons why. I'm going to give an example. Dobsonville flats, for instance, there has been what we view as deliberate rent overcharging that took place for about 3 years. And only after the intervention of Social Housing Regulation Authority, through an application by the tenants, that the issue was addressed by Joshko. However, the residents are not happy about the proposal that has been put forward by Joshko. And we would really like to implore the MMC to get involved and assist these tenants. Number two, the people of Pimville Golf Course flats and Orlando Ekaya flats want to know how far is the process of their title deeds, and can this be confirmed in writing? Another pertinent issue, the rights group that represent the interests
of most of these complexes. They staged a picket about a month ago at Joshko, and they were promised a response in good faith that in 14 days they will be responded to. But that promise has not been honored up until now. In closing, Speaker, employee satisfaction survey that has been presented in this report, it leaves a lot to be desired, especially in the wake of serious and disturbing allegations that have been making rounds at the Joshko headquarters, whereby the staff have resorted to submitting a petition against their the COO due to his alleged bullying and abusive behavior. So we call on the MMC to arrest this crisis and provide us with feedback on these pressing issues as a matter of urgency.
Councillor Ambane.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I rise to speak on item number 12, Performance Assessment Report of the Human Settlement Department for the 2023-2024 financial year for the period July to September 2023. Speaker, in South Africa, there are many political parties and many of them are represented in this council. Some political parties created some slogans that are often proven wrong. The Department of Human Settlement is led by those who are identified by the slogan, Ons Baiza Ni. And the deputy president of that party is the member of this council and is often heard saying, Ari Baizi Nix, Ons Baiza Ni. What does those words mean? It means we don't flop, we don't blunder, we don't disappoint, we don't fail. And my search machine further gives translation of, wabai is aware, nah? It means that you are disappointing. Speaker, a month ago, we had a human settlement strategic session. The MMC was in attendance. She sat just opposite my chair, and I remember looking at her face and said, I will hold you to account. She smiled and said, bring it on. Councillor, Speaker, here I am. Bring it on. I bring it on. Speaker, allow me to start by mentioning the disappointing fact that the executive mayor is actually failing this council by, as I look around, 50% of this executive are not in attendance, who are to be held to account, including the MMC I'm talking about. Executive Mayor Wapaiza. You are a failure.
Councillor, can
That
you
is the
please take your seat?
translation.
Councillor Ambane, can you take your seat? There's a hand. Councillor Moromo.
Thank you, Speaker. Can Councillor withdraw direct insult to the executive mayor? He cannot say to the executive mayor, Wapaiza, and so forth. Can he withdraw that? That is not in line with the rules of council. We cannot talk to other fellow councillors like that. Can he withdraw? And respect the executive mayor, because he is the executive mayor of the city of Johannesburg. Whether he likes it or not, he must withdraw. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Ambane. Can you please withdraw and not insult the executive mayor?
Speaker, I went to Google and find the translation of the word ubayizaki. That is the translation that you will find on our Google. Yesterday, the Speaker of Council went to Google and checked a reference of the word. And that word is often heard in this council by those who says, on Baizani, allow me to say that, Executive Mayor, you are failing the city of Johannesburg. The department, I've heard my colleagues say, talking about the achievement of 48%. Allow
Councillor
me
Morema?
to give the report of this
Can you
department.
sit, Councillor Rambane? There's a point of order on you. Councillor Morema?
Thank you very much, Speaker. I am rising to caution Councillor Rambani not to set a wrong precedent. That, referencing a slang word that is used in our shores by referencing us into Google. The word Baiza, leaves pain to who is being said to. So, no.
Councillor Rambane, can you take your seat?
No.
Can you take your seat, please,
Speaker,
Councillor?
as I sit, if this is how Councillor Rambani would want us to also use certain slang directly directed to a councillor, like he is directly directing to the mayor, it's fine. He must bring it on. Thank you.
Councillor Rambane. Councillor Rambane, we have asked that we don't insult each other, that we speak in a respectful way with each other. And all those things that you said about Baiza is not really the word Baiza. It doesn't mean that. So can we please refrain from using slang language within the chamber? Please. Please. And I'm not going to allow anybody. I'm asking you, can we do the right things?
Speaker, I'm going to refer to the word as I have translated. I will refrain from using the word Baiza and use the translation that I have translated to. The department had only 18 indicators applicable in this quarter. Accordingly, the department has achieved 8 out of the 18 applicable performance indicators. This translates to an actual achievement of 44% targeted performance and 56% performance target not achieved. That's disappointing. And I can say that the department has failed. The MMC has failed. Yes, yet we are told that we did not fail. Allow me to give the breakdown of the report itself to give an effect. What is that 46%? That is that 44%. A report showed that the MMC has failed, the MMC has blundered, and have disappointed the resident of the city of Johannesburg. In presence of a deputy president, it has been proven that you are failing. Committed invoices could not be processed due to city liquidity challenges. That, Councillor Rafferty, if you can maybe I will be lenient to MMC of Human Settlement.
Councillor Rambani.
And I will take it there. I will
don't
take
address
it to
Councillor
the MMC of Finance and the Executive Mayor, who have failed to improve the liquidity challenges of the city. Informal settlement could not be provided with water and sanitation due to contractual contention between departments. Which departments? Her own departments, JOSCO and Human Settlement. She has failed. The title deeds were not issued to beneficiaries. There were delays in process of finalizing service level agreement with entities for repairs and maintenance in hostels and council flats. And we are talking about JOSCO and Human Settlement could not do repair and maintenance because they are fighting each other in one department. Yet the MMC cannot fail. She failed. Invoices, capital budget spent was not achieved due to liquidity challenges. Executive Mayor, you failed the city of Johannesburg.
1 minute.
Okay, Executive Mayor, okay. One thing that is very bad is that the senior citizens are not taken care of at the residents at the senior residence villages. Gogo Amanda Legenberg, who resides at Ruben Old Age Home, flat number 221, was diagnosed with bronchitis because of mold in her bathroom walls that give off toxic fumes in her lungs. And she was diagnosed with bronchitis.
Councillor Ramban, you have 40 seconds and there's a hand. Councillor Rafferty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While Councillor Ambani is on and on about that, I just want to remind him that the finance of the city, we found them like this because of them. Remember, they said, we are fine. If you can remember that.
Councillor Rambane, 40 seconds.
Okay.
Councillor Rambane, 40 seconds.
Okay. Gogo Amanda was diagnosed with bronchitis. And then she has visited the doctor. And then on the 6th of October, I have written to the MMC with the above issue. I have attached a letter from Dr. Stein, who examined her on the 12th of August. The letter was presented to the home manager. Today, in the 30th of November, the unit is still not yet repaired. That mold. The MMC has tried their best. Because of the supply chain in the city, she could not be treated. It could not be repaired.
Your time is up. MMC Magwenchu. MMC Magwenchu. MMC Magwenchu.
Thank you, Speaker.
Can you hold on for me, please? Can you have a seat? Councillor Harris.
Madam Speaker, I am used to rejection, but I'm taking it personally now. Please recognize me.
Councillor Harris, after you people had, after councillors had whoppery, I received a list of names and your name is not on. I only had 3 names, 2 Action SA and 1 from the DA, and I'm following that list. Is it okay?
It's okay, Madam Speaker.
I'm not rejecting you. It's what I received
That's
from
fine.
Woperi.
As long as I can speak, I'll be okay. Thank you.
Pardon?
I say as long as I speak, I will be okay. Thank you, Madam.
Okay. Councillor Rafferty, you wanted to say something?
Madam Speaker, no, man, we can't be abused like that. I specifically asked, when we left, all other parties indicated that they will not speak on items. Now it looks like we are suppressing people, and that's not the case. So the people that went back to their caucuses to come back with names, submitted the names, and that is what you have there in front of you. It can't be.
Okay. Okay, Councillor, you are on the original list. But I think the decision was taken at the Woperi, and I agree with Councillor Rafferty, because I even saw Action SA going to him and submitting names. Okay? Yes, Councillor Harris, are we now going to have a dialogue?
No, we're not going to have a dialogue, Madam Speaker. I think there's a miscommunication because I was under the impression we were supposed to come and talk to our caucuses, and then as the speakers would be read out, we would decide whether we would note them or whether we would speak. So I ask for your apology.
Thank you. MMC Magwenchu.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I note the comments made, and I therefore note the report as well. Thank you.
Councillor Member in Charge, Chair Mpolowosho.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I note the concern raised by the councillors, and also, however, Speaker, then I ask the councillor to note the report. The recommendation are on page 12.2, 13.4. Thank you very much.
Thank you, councillors. The recommendations on page 12.2, 13.4, and 26.6 are the items agreed to. Thank you.
We proceed with item 14, which is a performance assessment report for the Transport Department for the 2023-24 financial year for the period July to September 2023. Read together with item 15, which is a performance assessment report for the Johannesburg Roads Agency for the 2023-24 financial year for the period July to September 2023, and also read together with item 16, which is a performance assessment report for the Johannesburg Metropolitan Bus Services for the 2023-24 financial year for the period July to September 2023, and also read together with item 17, which is a performance assessment report for the Metropolitan Trading Company for the 2022-23 financial year for the period April to June 2023. Also read together with item 18, which is a performance assessment report for the Metropolitan Trading Company for the 2023-24 financial year for the period July to September 2023. And the above items read together with item 27, which is an oversight report of the Transport Section 79 Committee on the first quarter performance assessment report of the Transport Department, Metrobus, Johannesburg Road Agency, and Metropolitan Trading Company for the period July to September 2023.
Thank you. Member in Charge, Chair Ndlela.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and all protocol observed. Madam Speaker, I'm rising on items 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 27 as read by Acting Secretary. Thank you very much.
Thank you, councillors. I only have a list with 2 speakers. It's Councillor Atterbury and Councillor J. Peterson. Councillor Atterbury.
Honourable Madam Speaker, colleagues and residents from the of the former world-class city of Johannesburg, I rise on item 15, the first quarter performance assessment report of the Johannesburg Road Agency. Although the process of appointing a CFO is well underway, Action SA note with concern the lack of substantive appointments in the JRA executive management team. Let us hope that the renaming of yet another road won't hinder the recruitment of a new CEO again. It is very difficult to keep employees accountable when their positions are neither here nor there. Action SA is very happy to note that the asphalt plant is once again operational. We are eagerly awaiting the fulfillment of the promises by the MMC of an increase in revenue and job creation for our city's youth. As we enter the festive season, Action SA cannot help but remember the unfortunate events of the previous December, when hundreds of residents in regions C and G were left destitute after devastating floods swept their homes and belongings. Inasmuch as we are grateful to the MMC for supplying councillors and residents with emergency numbers, Action SA will far more appreciate clean KIs and stormwater systems that can actually handle the masses of water that they are subjected to. Our residents deserve to spend a happy and safe Christmas in the comfort of their own homes, whether it be with electricity or without. But Action SA's greatest concern is the bridges in the city of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, by the MMC's own admission, there are bridges in the city that the engineers who have inspected them are avoiding at all costs. Yet our residents are made to use them daily, unaware of the imminent danger they are in. One by one, bridges are collapsing across the city, and it's only by God's good grace that we do not have any fatalities, yet. Madam Speaker, let it be known in this House today that Action SA warned this Council that we are facing horrendous disasters if we do not act immediately and release an emergency budget to repair at least the 68 high-priority bridges in the city. Let me remind this House that this is not the first time Action SA warned about the dangers in our city. Case in point, the building to my right. Let us not again have to scramble to find a cure when we could have prevented the disaster. Let us put aside our political agendas and come together to protect the residents of this former world-class city. Action SA note this report with concern.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Peterson. J. Peterson from the DA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good day to everyone, all protocols observed. I rise to speak on the first quarter report of MTC. Now, this is a section that's new to the Transport Department, so therefore we proceed with caution here. According to the report, it would seem that MTC is making progress meeting its targets better. On closer scrutiny, there are holes in the report with regards to delivering on its mandate, and there is not enough information to give clear guidance and direction to this entity. There are some encouraging signs as cooperation with the Auditor General has improved, and they have met 93% of that target of the AG. However, it needs to be said that our own internal audit findings, they only reach 78%, so those obviously need to be worked on. Another improvement was revenue collection for quarter one, and they collected 174 million as opposed to a target of 129 million. This is good to see, and hopefully that continues. Of concern is the fact that 11 million was not spent on CAPEX because of supply chain management issues. we've been assured that these would be actioned in term 2, and hopefully the deviation has passed, and that will be able to be done. MTC has severe challenges in the risk management, as only 11 of 32 action plans were implemented. This is a progress rate of 34%. MTC, on its mandate, is still not able to provide fast, reliable, and affordable digital network connectivity. There is a draft cyber analysis assessment to quantify these issues. MTC was also not paying short-term debt due to a low collection rate. It should be noted that most of the collections due are from the departments and entities within the COJ. The new policy was presented to EXCO for approval. This could only be done once the scorecard for the CEO was determined, and all Section 56 managers' KPAs would cascade from the CEO's scorecard. As far as the MTC compliance checklist is concerned, the Employment Equity Act was not complied with. MTC was also not fully compliant with the OHS Act of 1993. MTC must also come in line with paying service providers within 30 days. With regards to service delivery, MTC achieved only 55%. The network link operated at an 82% efficiency as opposed to a target of 98%. MTC said their service delivery was hampered by aging infrastructure, lack of cash flow, and shortage of human resources. MTC resolved 88% of issues of network, showing us that there is a fair capacity to resolve issues, but there is much room for improvement here. The lack of action plan makes this a difficult task and is exacerbated by aging infrastructure, lack of funding, and lack of skilled people. Lastly, I want to emphasize that according to the books, MTC is owed 3.3 billion from departments and entities in the city. This is offset by an amount of 2.043 billion, which is owed to COJ by MTC. This issue needs to be resolved once and for all. Now, the MMC said in our last meeting that the MMC of Finance had not released much needed funds for the department to operate more efficiently, and this has hampered the progress of the department. I do hope that the MMC of Finance and the MMC of Transport have now resolved this issue, because we would like to see MTC performing at a much more optimal rate. And we note this report with our concerns. Thank you.
MMC Tswako.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. On behalf of the MMC for Transport, the report is noted.
Member in charge, Chair Ndlela.
Thank you very much again, Madam Speaker. All the comments and inputs are noted. And Madam Speaker, I would like to thank all the committee members and the support staff for making sure that this committee is active and performing its duties. We request the council to note the report. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. The recommendations are on page 14.2, 15.12, 16.5, 17.4, 18.4, and 27.26. Are the items agreed to? Thank you.
We are now on item 19, which is a performance assessment report for the City of Johannesburg Legislature Department for the 2023-24 financial year, first quarter for the period July to September 2023, read together with item 20, which is a performance assessment report for the Office of the Ombudsman for the 2023-24 financial year, first quarter for the period July to September 2023. Also read with item 28, which is an oversight report of OCOL on the 2023-24 first quarter budget and performance assessment report of the Legislature of the City of Johannesburg for the period July to September 2023. And also read together with item 29, which is an oversight report of OCOL on the 2023-24 first quarter budget and performance assessment report for the Legislature of the City of Johannesburg, Office of the Ombudsman for the period July to September 2023.
Member in charge, Chair P. Rafferty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings, Executive Mayor, all MMCs present, all chairpersons here, my beautiful daughter in the gallery, Gabriella. Thanks for joining, Daddy. So I'll be civil. I rise to table the reports as read out by the Acting Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member in charge. On this item, I only have one name, and it's Councillor Zwane.
Thank you, Speaker. Sanbona, nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. You guys are still invited to come and join us. You can even watch us. The citizens and voters of South Africa can't wait to have Action SA give solutions on how to fix this country. No pie in the sky. The real solutions that can be implemented. We have shown that we do have solution and capacity to fix this country. For example, when you speak about restoring the rule of law, we had Ibuya Mthetho in the city. I know you guys are going to disagree with me. Utembe championed it, but the residents do agree with me. The city was clean under Ibuya Mthetho. Action SA, as I said before, is not obsessed about filling stadium, but rather to fix South Africa. We note the performance of the department. They have achieved 13 KPIs out of 18, which translates to 72.2% on paper. Disappointing to say, again, a number of what committee meetings provided with administration support was not achieved. The target was 405 and the department only achieved 133. Valid invoice not paid within 30 days. The government of the GLU is busy frustrating service providers by not paying them. The GLU must tell the residents the truth that they are struggling and they can't turn the city to become a world-class African city. The percentage of wards that have held at least one council convened meeting, community meeting, KPI target was not achieved. Number of agenda items deferred to the next council sitting was 47 against the target of 0. This shows that this government is struggling to have the basics in place. There is no capacity to turn things around. The residents of the city didn't just give us Action SA 44 seats. They know that there is a capacity if you are given an opportunity. A smart city, the e-petition, till today, on the same report, every now and then we get the same answer. The e-petition is a creative initiative indeed. How long should the residents wait? This is to assist assist with service delivery. And this is needed, but we are struggling to get it through. So, with all that is engikshilo manje. Bafowethu memana bafowenu nodadewenu nizobuka nje ama solutions nisimamele over the weekend niyazazela nani ukuthi capacity ngakuphi. During isikhathi sikaMashaba, when he was a mayor ku city of Johannesburg, nibonele nani insourcing happened, bekuclean, waphuma sabuya kwafana. Informal trade policy, that one as well. So there is a capacity. The only problem ingale that you guys are gonna disagree with us. The only party at first time by contest our elections, they managed to get 44 seats.
Councillor, can you take your seat? There's a hand from the EFF at the back.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, truth must be told. Mr. Mashabo, bangasilutho kwepolitiki. It was EFF emfundisile nge-insourcing. So, akungaqanjwa manga here. Insourcing was by EFF. Thank you so much. Stop lying.
Councillor, can you continue?
Ngiyabonga,
And you have
Speaker.
1 minute left.
Ngiyabonga, Speaker, ngisebenzisa leyo minute bafowethu. We do have the capacity. Ningathuki, please. When nisuka la, nibatshele emakhaya ukuthi they must watch us on Saturday. Ngiyabonga.
Chair of Chairs, Councillor Phillips.
No, thank you, Madam Speaker. Although I am a little bit...
Councillors, the Chair of Chairs is on the podium.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, although I'm not 100% clear, but I did read the report. I'm also aware that, there are certain parties with no vision for the future that will always talk about their lovely past and what they did in the past. They would even mention names of Utembe or Ilembe or whatever the case may be, but yeah. Madam Speaker, the concerns are noted, the comments in fact are noted, and we also note the report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Member in charge, Councillor Rafferty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Maybe before I close, I just need to highlight the issue around chairpersons not attending meetings is of great concern. The second one is, I hope, going forward with the new speaker that we have here, that we won't see a day that we have meetings cancelled haphazardly, because it also impacts on how councillors need to express themselves, especially around question time. But with that said, Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Section 79 committee with the most dedicated officials and support staff to that particular committee. I want to thank them. And I also want to just, in closing, remember our first coordinator, Ms. T.D. Peterson, that passed on earlier this year. We're still praying for the children because they took it very hard. But she has been a star performer when we started this year in this committee. But thank you to the team. We have our robust discussions, but at least I don't think there's any other committee as progressive as the O-Core committee. So thank you very much, colleagues. And I hereby ask that council approve these reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, Member in charge. The recommendations are on pages 19.8 and 28.9 and pages 20.3 and 29.6. Are the items agreed to? Before I take Councillor Nott's hand, I just want to say I'm observing that we are really moving up and down, in and out. I've seen councillors leave with their bags, and I noted that when we gave apologies, not so many councillors asked to leave early. So I want to find out, do we want to have a 5-minute or 10-minute comfort break? Because you seem... Okay, the nose has it. The nose has it. The nose has it. I heard the nose louder than anybody else. Councillor Belinda.
Madam Speaker, I know you said the nose have heard, but please could we have a comfort break? Please. We are pleading. Thank you.
I've ruled that nose has it. Councillor Nott.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Just a note, and I don't know if this is the only one, but on the...
Whoever that is, can you just stop what you were doing, please?
I think it's a fan attacking a councillor.
It's a fan, yeah.
Yeah. Just on the question paper that was uploaded, question WQHS053 from the Human Settlements Department, it was not responded to. So if we can please just get a response on that question before the end of the day. Thank you.
Thanks, it's noted. Councillor Mayers?
Speaker, in terms of your earlier ruling about council moving up and down, it should also be noted that there's a lot of MMCs that are not present to be accountable to this House in response to the items that have been debated. And I didn't hear their LRAs read this morning. Thank you.
Councillor at the back, you noted, Councillor. Councillor at the back, I think it's Councillor Neft.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm trying to find the response to the written questions. I don't know if the link is changed, or it's a different link or something, but when I go to the original one sent on the drive, there's only 50 items. I don't see any written replies to the written questions. Is there a different link or something, or has it not been uploaded, Speaker?
MMC Masuku, can you respond to the two questions, about the questions?
The responses are there. Maybe you need to reboot your machine. We can see them. I've opened them. I can see they are here. So you should be able to look. If you can't, maybe you can come and look at them at my machine. On the human settlements question, I'll follow up on that one. And then on the issue by my neighbor there, the mayoral committee is a team. It's not an individual. Even if an MMC is not here, we sit as a mayoral committee. That is why we're able collectively to respond or note reports of the executive. The reports don't belong to an individual, they belong to the mayoral committee, and we are here.
Thank you, MMC. Councillors, can we please refrain from, Councillor, please. Please, Councillor.
Item 21 is a first quarter report on the oversight activities of the Petition Standing Committee for the period July to September 2023.
Member in charge, Chair Mabuke.
Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor in this Cabinet, Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, fellow chairs, councillors, city officials and residents of Johannesburg, the Madekwan. Madam Speaker, I hereby table item 21 as read by the Acting Secretary of Council.
Thank you, Chair Mabuke. On this item, there's only one speaker, and the speaker is Councillor Mkonto from Action SA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your indulgence. Maybe let me join those who congratulated you for your new position. But before I get on to my speech, laat ek net vir jou sê, voor ek begin met my spraak, van gister af, jy het net mooi gelyk met jou hare. Greetings to Executive Mayor and his mayoral team, greetings to all political parties, leaders represented in this council, and greetings to our guests at the gallery, and greetings to city dwellers, those who might be watching online from their houses. Madam Speaker, I stand here to speak on the first quarter report on the oversight activity petitions of the Petition Standing Committee for the period July to September 2023. Madam Speaker, before I get into details of my speech, let me remind this House that on the meeting of May 2023, wherein I mentioned that it is unacceptable to have backlog of petitioning longer than a decade. The last two reports of June, if not July, there has been some promises that the petitions unit is attending to deal with the petition backlog, especially the obsolete petitions. And on that note, I would like to thank the petition unit and also the leaders on that to make sure that some of the obsolete petitions was sorted out, though we still got many. Therefore, Madam Speaker, the petition committee still faces challenges of non-submission of reports by the departments, non-adherence of the 30-day turnaround time. Therefore, Madam Speaker, these challenges, it tends to be ignored by the department. There's no attempt to work on it. I've been sitting in a committee for quite some time. And this, Madam Speaker, it has been the problem of the petitions committee that we keep on calling that departments and the officials need to adhere to the 30 days to the service level agreement. And we need reports when we come to the committee to make sure that our people out there get service delivery with regard of what they complain to the city. Madam Speaker, we didn't receive reports from the following departments: the Executive Mayor's Office, the Speaker's Office, the Chief Whip's Office, and also from the JRA and the Transport Department. We hardly received those. Madam Speaker, petition P33/0/18, the refurbishment of Helen Joseph Women's Hostel. The petitions committee has been waiting for the proper reports that will indicate the following. 1, the balance sheet. 2, the financial records and the project reports from the contractors. Instead, we receive reports that has been handwritten to say that a couple of million is spent on this, couple of 100,000 is spent on this, and the petitions committee, we didn't accept that. We're still calling for the proper report. The committee has rejected the closure form when it was brought to us months ago, and we requested to go on oversight to the hostel to see where the 17.5 million has been spent on the women's hostel. And we found none, or the work that been done there does not equal the amount of 17.5 million. Every time we go on oversight to Helen Joseph, Madam Speaker, it's unbelievable that we're getting as a petitions committee officials that are responsible. We get that they've got an LOA, they are sick, they cannot come. Because we wanted them to come and show us what did they do. What did they do with the 17.5 million? If there's work done, we needed to see work done that matched that 17.5 million. That is why, as a petitions committee, we didn't accept the report that was given to us. Because as far as we are concerned, and as far as the residents of the Helen Joseph Women's Hostel, nothing has been done. It's just recently, after we've complained, that we're receiving calls that there's contractors working there. I don't know. The contractors that are currently working there, whether they use the previous budget
Councillor.
or they got the other budget. Madam Speaker, in closing, the Helen Joseph Hostel budget needs to be investigated. The Alexander women who are living in the hostel has been deprived of their rights of adequate standard of living by our human settlement. I thank you.
MMC Masuku.
Through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor Mkonto, as promised in the section 79 in the committee, that I will follow up on the MMCs and the departments that are not submitting reports to the committee on time. I did not, this is a new list, the one that we are raising, where you are raising the issue of the Office of the Chief Whip and the Speaker. I will also, through the Leader of Executive Representative, communicate that to those good officers so that your responses to the committee are on time. We ask Council to note the report.
Member in charge, Chair Mabuke.
Madam Speaker, concerns raised by my colleagues are noted. I therefore ask Council to note the report.
Councillors, the item is for noting. Has it been noted? Okay.
Where was this?
We are now on item 24, which is an oversight visit report of the Governance Section 79 Committee to JRA Depot at Region F in Penrose on the 15th of August 2023.
What item is it? Remember? The member in charge is not here. There was an apology. Anybody from the committee? Councillor Rafferty.
Madam Speaker, just a suggestion. These are oversight reports. If they can just be read in so that we can note them. Thank you.
Can we note the report?
Item 31 is an oversight report of the Development Planning Section 79 Committee on the oversight visit to tour our city, our block project on the 20th of September 2023.
Can the report be noted?
Item 32 is an oversight report of the Development Planning Section 79 Committee on an oversight visit to Braamfontein Clinic on the 20th of September 2023.
Can the report also be noted?
Item 33 is a public participation process on the review of the bylaw on the Office of the Ombudsman on the 14th of November 2023. Can we note it?
Can it also be noted? Thank you.
Item 34, terms of reference of Section 79 Community Development Committee.
Can it be noted?
Item 35 are terms of reference of the Section 79 Municipal Public Accounts Committee, abbreviated MPAC, with annexures.
There is no speakers here too. Can we note it? Just so I see the hands. Just hold on. Councillor Rainton. The member in charge is Councillor Raserute, Chair Raserute.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm not going to waste time. The Secretary to Council went through the report, so I'm tabling it like that. Thank you very much.
Councillors, on this one, I have not received names. Councillor Rainton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Residents of the City of Johannesburg. The Municipal Public Accounts Committee's responsibility is through the sifting of financial and performance information to probe and clarify that information and reports, and they report to Council on any shortcoming or risk. MPAC should promote good governance, transparency,
Rainton.
accountability.
Councillor Rainton, can you have a seat, please? I just need to find out. Councillor Rafferty, on this item, did you people submit names? Because I don't have a name here. We did not get a name from anybody on this one. Your councillors, I got this list that's on my phone, and I didn't, and that was the reason why I said to Councillor Harris, your name is not here. I received a list, and I just want to understand. Councillor Rafferty, and then Councillor Knott.
Madam Speaker, it might have been an oversight from Councillor Knott. I marked off all the speakers with her standing next to me when we were consulting. This particular one, there was no name given. So I thought because it's terms of reference, that's why there was no speakers on that particular item.
But then it would be unfair and really not right if I then give Councillor Rainton to speak, and I was saying to Councillor Harris he cannot speak because his name was not here. I honestly believe it is unfair. I cannot do that. Councillor Knott, I do believe we had that. I did not get the name. No, Councillor Rainton, please. Please, I did not receive it. And that's why I'm trying to find out the same way that the other councillor said. Councillor Knott?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I think it's unfair to say that the oversight was on my part. The only speech that we pulled, which is the one that I intimated, was Councillor Shay's speech on the MPT item. The rest reduced their minutes, the other ones remained. I was very clear we were only pulling one speech, which was from Councillor Shay on the MPT item. If it's an oversight, then perhaps it happened between, but we never, ever excluded Councillor Rainton, and I think it would be unfair to do so unless somebody can provide proof that we excluded her on some basis, but I can guarantee you that was not the case.
Councillors, I was not part of the whippery, and because I saw you standing with Councillor Rafferty, and I assumed that you people had discussions on all the names. I really don't want to be unfair to anybody. I cannot be unfair to anybody. I really can't be. I was not there, and I honestly believe that, and to say that it's terms of reference that we're having. So please, I don't want to be unfair. I don't want to be. Strangle me, kill me, but I cannot be unfair to anybody. So we're going to move to the next item. Please, please, I don't want it. I don't want to be popular and I don't want to be unpopular, but I want to be fair. Councillor Rainton, I'm speaking to your whip. Councillor Knott?
Madam Speaker, in all fairness, the ACDP's issue was that they thought that they could raise the speakers on each item as you called them out. Their issue was not that there was a mix-up of whether or not a name had been submitted. And I think if you're going to take one word over the other here, that is unfair. I have already advised as a councillor in this House that Councillor Rainton's name was submitted. There was never any intention to remove her name from the list, otherwise I would have stated that, which I did not. So if we are going to be unfair, not allowing her to speak, whether it's terms of reference or it's an issue about the skylights, is unfair. Thank you.
Councillor Lois, is your hand up? Okay. Councillor Rafferty, then Councillor of the EFF, then Councillor Marema, and then I'm going to close it. Councillor Rainton, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I've indicated, Councillor Knott was standing next to me when we actually went through the list and named, because the next set of names that comes up here is Councillor Bongani Nkomo, and then the EISD items was the two last ones that we had speakers on. So she indicated to me on each item who will be speaking. But be that as it may, Madam Speaker, you have made a ruling, and we have to abide by that ruling. Thank you.
Councillor from the EFF.
Thanks, Speaker. Firstly, I concur with Councillor Rafferty that you have made a ruling. But secondly is that you don't have the names that are being brought up now for your attention to be allowed to speak. So you don't have the names, you can't make new names to be on the list. So you have made a ruling, let's proceed with the next item. Thanks.
Councillor Morema.
No, Speaker, you know what, I do not want to really waste too much time. I'm rising to just indicate that even if they had a case or even if they had a point, on the said item, it's terms of reference of that committee. So in principle, we know terms of reference. We don't really debate or have speeches on that. Can we proceed, Speaker? Thank you.
Councillors, I'm going to close this. Councillor Knott, I'm honestly going to close this because the fact of the matter is that in the committee, we agree to the terms of reference, and then coming to debate it here, it's like really, honestly, I mean, I chaired and I know. Councillor Knott, but I'm still not going to grant it to speak. I really am not going to do it.
I understand you've made a ruling, and I respect the rules, Madam Speaker, but we will take it up. Please note that we would not like to be part of an exercise like this going forward. If we are going to stifle freedom of speech in this House, I'm not sure why. I'm not sure why this is such a big issue to allow a councillor to speak. But we will not be doing informal mechanisms where we pull speakers off the agenda in future. We will not negotiate on it. We will not talk about it. The speakers list that is here, we will sit here until midnight if we need to, but we will not engage in a conversation on this again, because this is unfair. Thank you.
Councillor Knott, it's noted, but I also want to say that the idea came from the DA. I thank you.
Councillors, we proceed with item 36, which is a performance.
Councillors, there is a councillor that has lost his or her tablets. If you've lost your tablets, it's over here. You left it somewhere. I'm not sure. It looks like hard tablets. So someone has lost their tablets. Is it for noting? Item 35 is for noting. Is it noted? Thank you.
Item 36 is a performance assessment report for the Office of the City Manager for the 2023-24 financial year for the period July to September 2023, read together with item 37, which is an oversight report of the Governance Section 79 Committee on the first quarter performance assessment report of the Office of the Chief Operating Officer, Office of the City Manager, Group Strategy Policy, Coordination and Relations, Group Governance, Citizen Relations and Urban Management, Group Communication and Marketing, Group Legal and Contracts, Group Risk and Assurance Services, and Group Forensic and Investigation Services for the period July to September 2023.
Councillor Nontenja has given an apology. She's not in, so can I have a member from the committee? Thank you, Councillor.
Greetings, Speaker. Speaker, I arise to table item 36 and item 37 as read. These two items are for noting. Thank you, Speaker.
I have two speakers. They are David Green and B. Nkomo. Councillor Green.
Thank you, Speaker. All protocol observed. Arise on item 36, performance assessment report for the Office of the City Manager for the period July to September 2023. Our mission as Action SA is to build an accountable government guided by the values of good governance, ethical leadership, and transparency, the rule of law, a professional public service, and accountability. Needless to say, the first quarter performance report is evidence of the above-mentioned characteristics lacking. When performing oversight, it is important to scrutinize the key performance indicators, as well as the targets set for each department, so that we can be assured that the KPIs stated are not arbitrary and assist in making each department work as efficiently and effectively as possible. It is no surprise that the Group Forensic and Investigation Services, GFIS, is the least performing department, with achieving 51%. I am surprised that it is written in black and white that GFIS believes that a contributing factor to their poor performance is low morale, impacting team efficiency and productivity because of this Council's resolution to investigate allegations of non-compliance, where GFIS conducted investigations without the knowledge of Council. This statement in itself is absurd and highlights the flaws in the understanding of the processes that GFIS should be following. We welcome the City Manager's commitment to not just arbitrarily filling vacancies, but to first restructure the department so that the gaps in its crucial functioning can be addressed. The Citizen Relationship and Urban Management Department, CRUM, is understood to be doing the work that entities in this city are mandated and paid for. The question must be asked, why is this allowed? Where is the separation of roles? More pertinent, how does this make sound business and financial sense? It is no wonder that CRUM spends 96% of its budget on salaries and further overspent on employee-related costs. They are not the only culprit. Most departments' percentage of OPEX is spent on salaries, and it's just far too high. This must change. The monthly reports reflecting performance through regional inspections on service delivery is not a true reflection because the use of different systems to log calls. The fact that this has taken so long to identify as a problem is concerning. The committee has requested a mitigation plan from the Office of the City Manager and CRUM so that there can be more synergy and accurate reporting. We will definitely follow up on this. In closing, a certain party wanting to throw their toys out of the cot by calling for the dissolution of council is pitiful. Through collaboration and political will, this council can transform the lives of the residents of the city of Johannesburg. We as Action SA note the report and we will hold the executive to account. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor B. Nkomo.
I'll leave them. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon to you and fellow councillors. I rise today to make input on the recent performance assessment report for the Office of the City Manager in the City of Johannesburg. As a representative of the Democratic Alliance, it is my duty to bring to light the glaring issues and challenges faced by our city under the ANC-led administration. The report we have before us outlines the performance for the first quarter of the 2023-24 financial year, covering the period from July to September 2023. The overarching goal, as stated in the report, is to ensure a well-run city. However, the dismal state of affairs outlined in the report suggests that the ANC failed spectacularly in meeting this basic objective. Let's delve into the key issues highlighted in the report, particularly focusing on the challenges faced by the Office of the City Manager and its various departments. Firstly, We must address the issues of the city manager's role in ensuring an economical, effective, efficient, and accountable administration. Unfortunately, the report reveals a series of challenges within the office of the city manager, including delays in key events like the release of the Stats SA data and diplomatic corp events, hampering the progress of vital strategies such as the Joburg 2040 Growth and Development Strategy. Moving on to Group Governance Department, we see a litany of challenges, including delays in signing off of shareholder contracts by the Executive Mayor, late submission of reports, and a cascade of issues related to internet connectivity and email access affecting the SAICA evaluation. The Group Legal and Contracts Department faces its own set of challenges, with the closure of the Metro Center impacting invoice processing and a staggering 49% vacancy rate, severely hindering the department's effectiveness. These challenges unfortunately continue across various departments, including CRAM, Group Communication and Marketing, GRAS, GFIS, and the Office of the Chief Operations Officer. From undercapacitated departments to a high vacancy rate, inadequate funding, and the lack of necessary tools, it is evident that the ANC-led administration has failed to provide the necessary support and resources for effective functioning of these critical departments. The report also sheds light on the financial implications, with ongoing challenges in expenditure management and budgetary allocations. The tables provided in the report paint a stark picture of financial mismanagement, with various and insufficient budget appropriations continuing to plague the city's operations. In conclusion, Speaker, it is abundantly clear from this performance assessment report that the ANC has not only failed to deliver on its promise, but has actively hindered the progress of our city. The Democratic Alliance stands ready to address these issues head-on to bring about the change and efficiency that the people of Joburg deserve. We call on the residents of this great city to join us in building a Johannesburg that works for everybody, free from the shackles of ANC mismanagement. The DA notes this report. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. MMC Masuku.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Councillor Green. Your constructive inputs are appreciated that seeks to build and improve. We ask Council to note the report.
Acting Member in Charge.
Thanks, Speaker. As recommended that the report is noted by the Council.
Thank you, councillors. The recommendations are on page 36.9 and 37.10 are the items agreed to. Thank you.
We proceed with item 40, which is additional external members of the City of Johannesburg Municipal Planning Tribunal.
This item has only one speaker, and it's Councillor Neft.
Speaker, Councillor Neft would like to withdraw the speech. Thank you.
Item 14. Thank you, Councillor.
We are now on item 42, which is a performance.
The recommendations are it's Councillor Mgina. Thank you. The recommendations are on pages 40.10 to 40.11. Is the item agreed to? Thank you.
We are now on item 42, which is a performance assessment report for the Environment, Infrastructure and Services Department for the 2023-24 financial year for the period July to September 2023, read together with item 43. and that is the performance assessment report for the City Power Johannesburg for the 2023-24 financial year for the period July to September 2023, also read together with item 44. And that's a performance assessment report for the Johannesburg Water for the 2023-24 financial year for the period July to September 2023. Assessment report for Pick It Up Johannesburg for the 2023-24 financial year for the period July to September 2023. And the above items are read together with item 46. And that's the oversight report of the Section 79 Environment, Infrastructure and Services Committee on the 2023-24 first quarter performance assessment report of the Environment, Infrastructure and Services Department, Pick It Up Johannesburg, Johannesburg Water, Johannesburg City Power for the period July to September 2023.
Member in charge, Councillor Imran Musa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the Lion Executive Mayor from Al Jama, Councillor Kabelo Gwamanda. Speaker, please excuse. Yes, he's from Al Jama. So when we're reporting on these performance matters, Madam Speaker, I said highly emotional when reporting these performances, when the first performance of the right to life is compromised and threatened. Hence, we will report at all times to stand upright for the right to life. On that note, I rise to table the performance of the reports for items 42, 43, 44, 45, and 46. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member in charge. For these items, I have 4 speakers. Councillor Bidkow and Councillor Van Dijk and Councillor Munyayi and Councillor B. Jacobs. Those are the names that I have. Thank you, Councillor Bidkow.
Madam Speaker, I'm speaking to the first quarter report of Joburg Water. As usual, we get a report telling us how well they are doing and how great this entity is. Yet the report starts with informing us that the collection rate is 66.5% against a target of 77.5%. That means a deficit against target of 15%. This is followed by the figure of bursts fixed within 48 hours, being 63.46% against a target of 85%. Another failure by almost 25%. This is not what I deem to be a successful company. We are also told that pipe bursts are up by almost 20% and sewer spills are down, but both are due to the expiry of the vehicle contract. Yet pipe bursts are mainly caused by faulty pressure control valves and sewer spills by root ingress. Both are a result of years of non-existing maintenance. We have even had cases of these valves causing multiple bursts in Johannesburg and Johannesburg water technicians not even knowing where the valve is, and eventually having to dig in order to find it. Makes one wonder when last it was serviced. All this points to not a successful, but rather a failing and rapidly collapsing entity. This is further borne out by the fact that we have non-revenue water at an unsustainable 45%. This is made up about half and half by technical losses and illegal connections as well as non-metered water. It must be noted that the global standard is 18%. I would love to see a so-called successful company that has a waste factor of 45% in their turnaround provisions. But as will be seen by my fellow councillors' comments, Joburg Water fits in perfectly with all the other entities in this city. As due to the failure to apply proper control over budgets and critical planning and application of service levels, this entire city is collapsing. Lastly, I have to point out that due to the failure of the city to apply proper standards of hygiene and maintenance of its sewer systems, and the fact that we are lying on a watershed, we can proudly state that we are the root cause of the pollution of the Vaal River system to the west and the Crocodile River system to the east. This is yet another issue that gets obfuscated by the lack of information that we receive as councillors as the results of the water tests are so convoluted as to be of no value whatsoever and impossible to read. On top of all these issues, We have had no input from the MMC regarding the way forward to resolve the collapsing infrastructure in the city. It seems that the MMC is floundering like a fish out of water. So much for a world-class city. Thank you.
Councillor van Dijk.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I greet you all in the room, fellow councillors, all protocol observed. I rise on items 43, 44, and 46. A crisis is a time when a difficult or important decision must be made. For the last 4 quarters, all entities have been found to be in a terrible crisis. At this first quarter, even with an 80 billion rand budget, it has not helped the situation. Why? Oh yes, because the DA stated it's unfunded, and with no plan to address falling revenue levels as more and more taxpayers go off the grid because the city can no longer, and national government, can no longer provide the most basic of services in the form of electricity and water. Since July, numerous suburbs have been facing a water crisis. Many areas like Haldecrane, day 72, and we just bombed their motion. So, Haldecrane, you know who to thank. Nuclear is still collecting water with buckets. These are flats that have been there since the 60s. Joburg South, I don't even know, I've lost track. It's months now that we don't have water in those areas for those residents. And there has been no pressure from the executive on the provincial and national government to get these entities to account. Instead, ward councillors of all parties have to try and get answers on an occasional Zoom meeting with Joburg Water. Rand Water does not attend, and every single councillor from every single party expresses their mass dissatisfaction at what's going on. And you know the 2 people who aren't on those meetings? The MMC and the mayor. It is a crisis we are facing, and they are not there. The most recent crisis to smack residents in the face is the state of city power taking over load shedding. In all reports, we hear of the financial losses due to load shedding, and the first quarter is no different. Yet now we load shed more. This is a move that should have been a game changer in the most positive sense. But the schedule has been a complete failure, and it has to be revised 4 or 5 times, and this week it's being revised again. Energy expert Chris Yellen stated that we were at stage 8 levels and not stage 6. Minister Ramaphosa has come to Johannesburg to deal with this matter, so clearly it was not a mistake. Residents, councillors, and city officials alike cannot keep up with the ever-moving blocks. One day you can be block 2, the next you're block 15, and the next hour you block 16. As the report suggests, only 69% of Q1 reports were met. The one I want to focus on the most is the closed calls. There's no crisis of closed calls.
6 seconds, councillor.
Pardon me?
6 seconds.
I just want to say, I'm so glad we get to meet in the council because it's proof of life that you guys are here and actually exist.
Who's the next councillor? Councillor B. Jacobs. Councillor B. Jacobs.
It was supposed to be 3 minutes, was it?
I wasn't looking, but it was short.
All protocol observed. I rise to speak on item 43, performance assessment report for City Power. It is vital to note that the GLU administration has been in charge of the city's well-being for a consecutive period of 9 months, and the ANC government for over 20 years prior. And therefore, the results of this quarterly report's a clear reflection of the GLU's grave disregard for the well-being of the residents of Johannesburg. The financial position of City Power under the administration of the GLU government shows that the revenue for the periods amounts to 1.5 billion. One would think this to be a fantastic achievement, but alas. The expenditure of this entity amounts to a whopping 6.9 billion, resulting in a loss of 1.7 billion. Loosely translated, this means that the entity under the hand of the GLU government is losing taxpayers' money rapidly. The entity under the hand of the GLU government experienced negative cash flows of 3.7 billion rand. Yes, that is not a mistake. That is 3.7 billion. That to take, so 3.7 billion for the quarter, thus increasing the overdraft from 9.9 billion to 13.7 billion. Loosely translated, this means that the entity under the hand of the GLU government owes the lending institution 13.7 billion plus the monthly service charge of 44 million. This means the taxpayers have to cough up an additional 44 million per month for mahala. Wait, presiding officer, the story gets better. City Power, an almost insolvent entity, takes on the operational, executional and financial obligation linked to load shedding from Eskom. The entity's financials are in shambles, yet City Power takes on more cost. Furthermore, manual intervention is required, meaning switching on and off from power grids, as only 30% of the city is on automated systems. This places the lives of operators at risk as they are forced to rush from substation to substation. Presiding officer, how do we free anyone when this GLU government cannot even free the residents of Johannesburg from the financial bondage which they seem to condone through action, or rather, no action? Residents are justifiably fuming. There are no winners in this scenario. You see, presiding officer, the Democratic Alliance is not going
30
anywhere.
seconds, Councillor.
We are here, and when we receive the mandate from the residents to finally break the financial bondage
7
and
seconds.
devastation caused by the ANC under the guise of the GLU, we will restore world-class services and
MMC Masuku. MMC Masuku.
Thank you, Speaker. We have already started with initiatives to bring investment into the...
MMC, can you just take your seat? Councillor Delano. Yes, Councillor. Your
Yes,
name was not on the list.
It was, man. It was.
No, Councillor.
No, Speaker.
No,
you even read
Councillor.
my name. Ah, Speaker.
Oh, sorry. Apologies. You can carry on.
Thanks,
I'm
Speaker.
really apologize.
Why do you forget your last born, Speaker?
You're the
Thanks,
last born.
Speaker, for this opportunity. Let me take this opportunity and also greet our caucus leader, not forgetting our executive mayor. I think executive mayor, you must pay attention now here, because this requires our attention basically, because there is a lot of delays in attending the power outages across the city. Early this month, on the 6th of November, Eskom handed over load shedding schedule to the City Power. City Power, ANC and the EFF coalition government committed that the business operating within the city of Johannesburg will be exempted from the load shedding, and that the household who are load shedded by the City Power will remain on 2 hours schedule during even during stage 5. And as Action SA, we highly appreciate that. However, Speaker, ever since ANC and the EFF government took over the load shedding schedule, we have observed heavily delay in the resolve of outages across the city. This due to the technician have been given the added task of controlling load shedding. We have also observed under the ANC and the EFF government that there's a lack of communication to the affected residents and the businesses. In some instances, residents and the business are without electricity for extended period under the ANC and the EFF government. To make the matter worse.
Councillor, just hold. Action essay. It's your own councillor. And you are making this noise. Please, please. No, you can't do that. You can't do that. EFF, please. Councillor.
Okay. I have.
Councillor Johannes, please.
Speaker.
Councillor Masetla, please.
Speaker, to make it worse, under the ANC and the EFF government, our residents and the businesses owners are kept in dark, literal, ngakho Speaker, without any feedback while waiting for City Power technician to attend the outages. In conclusion, Speaker, as Action SA, we are humbly requesting the ANC and the EFF government, please, on behalf of the residents and the businesses of Johannesburg, who are continually suffer under the lack of stable power, who now have to suffer further delays under ANC and the EFF government. We request, Speaker.
Councillor Masetla and the Action SA councillors. Councillor, you allowing them to eat into your time.
Okay, thanks, Speaker. Speaker, in conclusion, should the ANC and the EFF government fail to attend this delay in attending the outages, you know what happened, Mayor. In the next council, it's going to be worse. Thanks.
MMC Masuku.
Thank you, Speaker. We have already started with initiatives to bring investment into the power and water space, working hand in hand with National Treasury. So we will soon see more things that are put together. Councillors, I think we must not, I know these are live, it's theatrics, it's politics, it's live on social media, but sometimes try to be constructive, and where good initiatives are there, be there like you have just done, Councillor, appreciating the little, and where improvement needs to happen, definitely it will happen. MMC Squaila is not here, but I'm sure he will be able to get the responses because he's off sick, and I think all of us, we want to make the right investments for the city. All of us want to make the best decisions for the city so that it benefits the residents of Johannesburg. Doesn't help you making a noise, Councillor, not through you, Madam Speaker. Be patient with the process. We were patient with you when your government was sitting this side and you couldn't do nothing with improving the city of Joburg. You focused only on white people and forgot that Joburg has got 135 wards. So rest, take a chill pill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member in charge, Councillor Mosa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member in charge.
I have a request, Council, to note items 42 till item 46 to be noted. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Member in charge. Recommendations on page 42.3, 43.12, 44.3, 45.3, and 46.20 are the items agreed to.
Councillors, finally we are on announcements and closure.
Councillors, Councillor Safumba.
Thank you, Speaker. Since we are on announcements, I'd like to propose to the House that in our next council meeting, we encourage ourselves to bring our children to council. Surely we'll have a very decent meeting that day, because I've seen how Councillor Raffet behaved very well today. So I'll encourage all the councillors, let's bring our kids to council next time. Thanks.
Thank you, councillors. The council has been adjourned. Thank you very much for your beautiful behavior, and I hope it will be better next time. Thank you.
Long live the Speaker!